Hi, my name is Emily.
And my name is Sarah. We want to welcome you to Wildhart Southeast,
a new digital showcase festival from the southeast coast of Sweden.
Hi, my name is Daniel, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the results from a report that I released together with Entreprenörskapsforum. It's an organization for entrepreneurship in Sweden. A few weeks ago, I've spent some time in investigating what can be called the Swedish music miracle. The fact that we have a lot of songwriters and producers that are active on the global arena, making music for many of the big stars, many of the big artists. So the question is simply, how come that Sweden has become such a expert music nation when it comes to both streaming and the new way of consuming music, as well as music production and music creation. So this is a recorded version of this talk, which means that I cannot answer any questions. If you have any questions, you can email me. You see the email address. Short presentation on myself. Half of the time I'm teaching and doing research at the Linnaeus University in Sweden. I'm also doing analysis and writing news for the music industry's newsletter in Sweden called Musikindustrin, or MI. I've also been working in a research project for quite some time now called Future Pulse, where I've been representing Soundtrack Brand, which is a platform for background music. I won't go into my background. Basically, one could say that I've been working with digital distribution of music, computers and music for 25 years. And during the latest 20 years, I've had the opportunity to do analysis of how the industry is changing. And in the notice, I had the possibility to do some research studies on how the music industry was changing. Especially, of course, I looked at decentralized distribution and how file sharing, peer-to-peer technology were changing the music industry. Now, this report is in Swedish. We'll see if we get around to translate it to English, but it's available if you search for det svenska musikundret. You can search for my name or you can search for Entreprenörskapsforum. You will get the full report. We're here try to summarize what's in that report, which is both a summary of a dialogue I've had with a lot of music industry actors, as well as I've collected and looked at all the research that has been done on this area within Sweden, as well as, of course, my own research and analysis of, well, basically following how the music industry in Sweden have changed during the latest 20 plus years. So the title is The Swedish Music Miracle, Small Companies on the Global Arena. An introduction. In Sweden, the term music miracle, or musikunder, as it is in Swedish, was introduced in the end of the 1990s regarding the many artists that had succeeded abroad and created a new form of export for the country. Artists like Ace of Base, Robin, Europe, The Cardigans, and Roxette put Sweden on the global map. For a couple of decades in the 80s and the 90s, we have the situation where Swedish artists became quite big abroad and were among the biggest artists in the world. So during this time, in the end of the 90s, we also had a situation of the CD sales increasing revenues quite much, leading to a situation where in Sweden, politicians and the society wanted to be a part of this success. So we had politicians visiting music festivals and doing media stunts together with artists, and also putting quite a lot of economic support into what was called upplevelseindustrin, or the experience industry. All the industries that are working with experiences and like, for example, movies and games and music, of course. So that was one music miracle. Today, the music industry marvel, or miracle, depending on what word you want to use, is more a collection of tech companies, producers, app developers, and new music companies in combination with the new generation of music creators working in an international context. As we will see, actually, if you look at it from an economic perspective, what was the largest thing, which was music writing, composing, production, revenues from artists, is the smaller part of the new miracle, the new music miracle, where, of course, Spotify was the first, or I would say rather the biggest company to put Sweden on the global map. But it's not only Spotify. This has led to many other companies that are on the bleeding edge when it comes to changing and developing the music industry. Another important thing to have already in the introduction is that the Swedish music industry is to a large extent built on many small micro companies. And micro companies, as defined by the EU, is 1 to 9 employees. One could even say that 9 employees in a music industry company in Sweden becomes quite large company, because the companies are so small. We'll see it later on. 76% of the 11,000 persons working in the industry is active in such very small companies, and this is very important to have in mind. Bear in mind when we talk about crisis, and specifically perhaps the crisis that we have gone through because of the pandemic during 20 and 21. So here is one of the graphs from the report. It's in recorded rights live parts of the Swedish music industry. So the blue one is live, the red one is rights, and with rights I mean all that is connected to copyrights, public performance, etc., and recorded music. This is a collection of Music Sweden's reports, or Musik Sverige. They have made these reports and followed the economy of the industry since 2009. So I put all the figures together in this graph, and we can see that for the Swedish music industry, live is clearly the largest one compared to recorded music and rights part. So if you look at these years, 2009 to 2019, the live constitutes for 53% of total revenues in general. What is interesting, though, is to see that since 2010, we've had a steady increase in total revenues to the music industry. Much thanks to the increase in the live industry, as you can see. We'll come back to that when we make a more detailed study of the figures for recorded music and live music. And if we look at the export versus domestic revenues, you can clearly see that domestic, which is the green one, is, if you look at the total turnover of the Swedish music industry, it is by far dominating. And the export, I don't know the color, but this thin line or slice that you see on top, that is what in tradition have been called the music export, revenues from different parts of music being used internationally, live revenues from Swedish artists perform. So as you can see, it is still quite a small part of the total revenues in Sweden. We have to say something about, we'll come back to these graphs a little later on, but we have to say something about the music industry because it's important when we're talking about how to support the music industry system in the best way. There are 5 very clear roles, functions within the industry. We have the music creator, which is also called the songwriter, the composer, who does the melody, the lyrics. The one is creating the music. It does not necessarily have to be the one that are performing the music. It could be someone else. So we separate between the music creator and the performer, which we call the artist, musician, which usually are the ones that are performing live. So often the same person can be both a music creator and a performer. But if we look at the top charts around the world and you look at who has created the music, you will see that there are many, many more behind songs than just the performer. So it's very important to separate between the creator of the music and the performer. Especially when we're talking about crises like the pandemic, which we will come back to. Then we have the music publishing company that is working with the creators, the songwriters. So their purpose in the music industry system is to take the song, not the recorded song, but the copyright, the copyright chip around one song, the music and the lyrics, and try to make this song happen in some way. So for example, you can have a situation where you have a publishing company having a music creator that is in his home studio or her home studio, recording the music, sending it to the first demo of the music, sending it to the publishing company. The publishing company says, this is great, we will try to pitch it to this record company. And the record company then says, oh, this is a very good track, or this is a very good song, rather, not the track, the song. We would like to record this with this artist. And then, so the song is made by a songwriter, and then the publisher pitches this to the record label, and the record label then works with an artist and makes a producer comes into the project leading the process of the recording and production. This is quite a usual setup. And you could say that this difference between who is creating the music and who is performing the music is essential in the copyright system. There's actually an inherent kind of conflict within these roles that we might come back to a little bit later when we're talking about the distribution of money from streaming services. But these 5 roles, I think, is very important to have in mind that they are different. There are different sources of revenues. If you are a do-it-yourself artist doing everything, you are the music creator, so you have the right to get the money from STEM. If you also are the performer, if you are the one that are playing the music live and have recorded it, you have the right to money from SAMI, who represent the artists and musicians. You also have the song as a part of a record company, your own one. You also have the rights to get money from IFPI. And of course, you have the rights to get the money from a distributor like DistroKid or TuneCore or The Orchard or whatever. So for do-it-yourself, there are several different streams of revenue coming in. Again, bear this in mind when we'll come back to where I have tried to identify problems within the music industrial system and challenges for this music miracle in Sweden. Okay, so the revenues from the music export was 2.7 billion Swedish crowns for 2019. It was divided 53% copyright revenues, 25% concert revenues, and 22% usage of the recorded music. So this is what we have called the music export. So if you compare that to this picture, you can see that when you look at the revenues in Sweden, live is really dominating, blue one. But when we look at the export revenues, it's the copyright income, copyright revenues that are dominating, which gives a very strong proof that Sweden is an export nation when it comes to music. It's also seen in the figures. We'll come back to the size of this because it might look big, but it's really not. We're talking about this miracle. We have to broaden our view of what it means, not only focusing on the music itself. But I want to say something about the paradigm shift that we are going through, have been going through for some years, from tangible music media to streaming. It's the largest shift since we learned how to record music. Why can I say that? Well, it's because all the other formats we have had has been based on selling something. It was the shellac record, or it was the cassette tape, or it was the vinyl record or CD record, or even the download. It was units. We're trying to sell units, copies. It is even in the name copyright. But what we're trying to do now, or the shift that we have gone through, is from selling copies to initializing consumption. So we're monetizing usage, consumption, rather than the unit, the copy. And that changes basically everything. How you market, how you distribute, and how the models look. So instead of marketing a product, you have to try to have a constant communication with consumers so they keep on consuming your music. It's very different. It's like not selling the car, but rather make people drive the car as much as possible. So that is how the music industry has changed. And what it means is that actors need to be much more business to consumer oriented than business to business. So labels, artists, publishers, or whatever kind of actor you think of need to have a connection, a direct connection towards the consumer, because it is the consumer they want to receive the money from when they are listening to the music. Rather than the former paradigm that was very business to business, where record labels needed to contact radio channels and TVs and record stores, etc., and that was it. The marketing was a push marketing towards the end users, and then they left. They had no clue if the record was listened to 3 times or 100 times in the homes. Nowadays, we know when it's listened to, how it's listened to, how long it's listened to. All this information is available. now. And this leads to enormous amounts of data that can be used. So the music industry has become a data-driven information technology industry, just like, for example, the gaming industry. This is very important to bear in mind because it puts totally different problems into existence. It's a very good opportunity, but it also leads to new problems, which we will come back to. So it's a presumption rather than consumption. So look at TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, etc. Our platforms are remixing and remaking. The artist is more a collective narrative of the audience. So instead of being a one-to-many communication, the artist here is pushing out to the audience. We now have a constant feedback from the audience. So one can say that the artist is now much broader than just a person. It is the collection of the narrative that the audience is creating together with the artist. And it gives opportunities for new ways of funding music creation, such as crowdfunding, NFTs, blockchains, and buying shares in music, and so on. Okay, so this is just to have a little background on the huge changes that we're actually seeing. Okay, so we have a short introduction to the Swedish music industry. We have the structure of the music industry. We have the paradigm shift. So what is the Swedish music miracle all about? Well, we're talking about 2.7 billion Swedish crowns in export revenues. It is only 0.11% of the total export revenues to Sweden during the year 2019. It's not a big part of our export revenues. Music export revenues constituted for 14.3% of the export category, personal services and culture for the same year. So how come the Sweden is looked upon as an important music industry nation respected all over the world? Well, first of all, we have high-profile producers, songwriters, which I call ambassadors. We kind of have Swedish-fied, also when it comes to, especially when it comes to hit music. So you know the names Max Martin, Kjellback, Robin, Sara Larsson, Ola Håkansson, Anders Bagge, Tove Lo, Noni, Lykke Li, Veus, who is now the chairman of CSAC, among others. So it's a generation of high-profile songwriters, producers. And why have so many Swedish songwriters and producers succeeded? Well, in the dialogue with the industry, there are some quite simple explanations. For example, it looks like Swedish songwriters and producers are quite easy to work with. If you look at many of these names, it's the same kind of people. They don't want to be on the stage so much. They don't want to brag about themselves. It's a Swedish lågmäld is the word in Swedish, kind of with a little bit leaned back approach to what you're doing. Discipline is the second one, that in fact, when you have studio time at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, people show up. So discipline and a very high knowledge in technology, especially when it comes to digital technology for producing music. So easy to work with, discipline, the high technology knowledge, together with a sense of recipes, song recipes and melodies that is working not only on one market, but can be used on many different markets. These are some of the reasons that have been mentioned about why so many Swedish songwriters and producers have succeeded internationally. But that is just one part. What has happened during the latest years? If you remember how it was in the noughties with the Pirate Bay and the Reconnect and Kazaa. I mean, both the Pirate Bay and Kazaa had a Swedish foundation. Everyone was looking at Sweden as a pirate nation. The pirates were happening in Sweden. So it's actually just the latest 10 years, I would say, rather the latest 7-8 years, that the view has shifted from this pirating nation to a very a success nation when it comes to music. And of course, it started with Spotify. But we have many other companies to look at later on. So I would say that if you look at the new Swedish music miracle, it's more kind of a tech miracle in combination with songwriting and producing. Also, because of this, because already in 2011, streaming was the largest format in Sweden. In 2013, 80% of revenues to master owners came from streaming already in 2013. So very early we adopted, because of course Spotify was released in Sweden, this new way of monetizing music, which meant that the trade and copyright organization in Sweden got a larger international importance. So for example, STIM with the construction of ICE, also Sami IFPI internationally, which is all this together has led to Sweden becoming kind of an expert country when it comes to the new way of consuming music, new technology, and music production. So again, it's not only Spotify. We have Amuse, we have Epidemic Sound, who's the second largest music company in Sweden, soundtracker brand. SoundCloud actually had Swedish founders. Woodley Session with Björn Ulvaeus and Niklas Melinder and Max Martin. Corite, Gestrument, Singalong Official and App, Right Band or Tenure Market, Record Union, just mentioning a few here, Jubel, Tonity, Snuff Records, Cobalt had Swedish founders, Sync, Soundlily, Soundation Gig, Digital, Laya Software that is active in the gaming industry. This is just I went through a little quick through the news I've been writing about during the latest year, and these came up. There are many more, of course. So it's not just Spotify, but Spotify has kind of laid the foundation for many other companies to succeed internationally. There's one of the very big conclusions within my report is that very fast we're coming down to small companies. So Spotify has had in 2019, we don't have the annual reports for 2020 yet, but had, or for some we have them overall, had more than 1,500 employees in Sweden. The majority, of course, are employees internationally, but 1,500. So it's clearly the biggest company in Sweden, and then it's Epidemic Sound, then STIM and Universal, the Swedish branch of Universal Music Group, Live Nation in Sweden or Scandinavia, soundtracker brand, and so on. And very fast we come down to 50, 45, 30 employees. And so it's not very big companies. It's quite small companies if you compare it to other industries. Just take a little bit of water. The 20 largest organizations and companies, including the local branch of Spotify, what could be called the core of the Swedish music industry, have 2,600 employees. In total, though, the Swedish music industry have 11,000 employees connected to the relevant the classification, SNE codes, as we call it in Sweden. So 76% of all working in the Swedish music industry do that in the form of micro companies. A large portion of the actors are niched consultancies. This is a trend that we have seen in Sweden, that during the latest 10 to 15 years, many have gone from being employed by large companies to start their own small company offering niche services based on their competence. So what we have seen, partly perhaps because of the situation as it was in the notice, is that the music industry in Sweden is an ecosystem of many small actors, often companies with 2 or 3 employees. And this is the creative basis for the Swedish music industry. And many people are, as is in international forms of the music industry as well, many people are involved. So I just took the example of Sara Larsson and the album So Good. There were 60 people just involved making the music. If you on that put everyone that in some way has been involved in this album, from people pitching to playlists, plugging for radio, etc., marketing on social media, and there are hundreds of people in some way related to this album. And I think this is important to stress, that it is this construct of many small actors. One might do PR, one might do loops, one might do specific TikTok marketing or Facebook campaigns. All of these people together are the teams that are working around the music. And just to finish this one, it is often these small actors that are affected when we have crisis, different kinds of crises. So if we look at the economy for live music in Sweden, it's well, it's a really bad development in 2020. Can also see the effects of the financial crisis in 2008, 9, 10. And it took many years before the Swedish live music industry came back to the same level it had in 2000, before the financial crisis. And this becomes even, this is a time series of 20 years, becomes even more obvious when we look at recorded music in Sweden. Now, it's the labels in this figure is in Swedish. Sorry for that, but I guess you can see. I suppose you can guess what it means. So you can see the cassette tape in the middle of the 70s led to a first wave of pirate copying, where people were able to copy cassettes from vinyls, or even copy cassettes to other cassettes in cassette players. And then we had the release of the record, the CD record, which meant a fantastic growth. In the middle of the 90s, we had a bad financial situation in Sweden. And then around year 2000, we had the release of Napster and Direct Connect and so on. I mentioned Kazaa, Soulseek, and many others. And then started the really bad development for the Swedish music industry, where we lost 60% of revenues. And actually, when Spotify was released in 2008, we were back to the same levels as when the CD format was released. So the whole CD era had been erased, so to speak. These figures are adjusted for inflation in the company, or the consumer price index, which means that they are not, the figures have been compared to the value of money today, just to show the differences. So what is interesting is that you can see that we still have not reached same levels as when the CD was the largest format. There are several reasons to this. We have another kind of economy. You don't have to risk money in pressing CDs. There's another kind of marginal, but nonetheless, it is still some work to do before we even in Sweden come back to the same levels as we were in the year 2000. So again, often it takes a long time for these kinds of industries to come back. We'll see how long it takes for the live industry to come back after the Corona pandemic. And you can see here, we are still not back from the pirate copying. So one can say that we've had three crises. We had the financial, we could say the pirate copying crisis, that was in the notice. There was no support for the music industry back then. Then we had the financial crisis. Now we have the corona pandemic. So background factors for the Swedish music miracle. So these are the ones that I have identified in the research and in the communication with music industry actors. We have a tradition of a good music and culture school that creates a breeding ground. Many scientists holds that this is has been a very important thing, that we have a more or less free music school in Sweden that makes it possible for anyone to learn an instrument. Study circles in certain associations that have become the context where bands and artists develop very early. People start to have these circles, and they start to the first level of artistry. We have a very active music association movement, especially we've had for a long time, several decades, organizing festival concerts and other music events. And so this is kind of a stairway. You start with the music school, and then you get into a band with study circling. And then you have being a part of a music association, a förening, musikförening. Then you start to play on the live stages in the cities. We had a very active live scene where artists have the opportunity to practice music and develop their artistry. Now, this part is so important, to have an active live scene. And we've seen a development during the latest years where a lot of these venues have been forced for different reasons to close in different cities. This is a crucial part for upholding Sweden as a music miracle, because it's on these stages, on these venues, that the Sara Larssons and the Robins and the Icona Pops of the future trains to actually, you need those hundreds of concerts to actually come up to a professional level, and then you can go international. And also, I mentioned it earlier, a high technical competence in terms of music creation, recording, and production of music. The generation of information technology entrepreneurs who have dared to challenge traditional structures and created technical solutions that have spread all over the world. Of course, we cannot talk about the Swedish music miracle without talking about Spotify. We have so much to thank Spotify for this new generation of entrepreneurs that we've seen during the latest years. A will among the individuals who have been involved in building up the music miracle to pass on the knowledge, to act as mentors for new generations of music creators. Yeah, the Swedish music industry is so small, so everyone knows each other more or less. And many of these names I mentioned before, they have willingly acted as mentors for new generations of music creators. We have a very good education system for music creation, where already, during the first year, students start to write for the Eurovision Song Contest local version here in Sweden. So it's a collection of different factors that leads to a situation where you have this mentorship going all the way from the beginning all the way to the end. And again, the willingness to act as a mentor, not see another songwriter as a competitor. I think that has been very important for Sweden becoming such an international nation when it comes to producing music. A deep knowledge and understanding of the British and American culture and entertainment industry. And to that, now we can add South Korea, Japan, and also China, India, etc. But especially, I would say, South Korea and Japan has also been markets very important for Swedish songwriters and producers. And of course, now all things that are happening in Latin America is very, very interesting also for the Swedish music industry. And again, a large number of small companies and entrepreneurs who together form an ecosystem of services related to music. This is kind of what I found in trying to explain the Swedish music miracle. Each of these areas puts into the total explanation of course, good knowledge in the English language is, of course, very important as well. But the miracle is challenge. The ongoing pandemic will affect the Swedish music industry long after the arenas have opened. So there's an inherent delay in the system. So that makes me come back to when we're talking about music, the export revenues coming from copyright revenues. So we have a delay that is 1 or even 2 or even more years. So the effect of the pandemic for Swedish songwriters and music creators was not last year, 2020 or 2021. It will come in 2022 or even 2023, because you have this delay in the system. So even though the concerts perhaps starts this summer, music creators will feel the effect 1 or 2 years later. I will come back to that when talking about things that we perhaps need to do in Sweden to uphold this miracle. We have an aggressive positioning and acquisitions of music companies by large companies from China and the US. Certain centralization can be seen in digital distribution. Well, this is something happening, and I won't mention any names, but there are a couple of companies that are gradually buying themselves power within the music industry system. And this also means that they're opening up for other markets to, create professional music. And this is not, of course, just a challenge for Sweden, but for all smaller music markets that bigger actor comes in and eats smaller actors. Another thing that the different actors represents in the music industry that I've been talking to during the latest year have stressed is that the new copyright directive is implemented in a good way. So there are 2 reasons: managing value gap and safe harbor, the need for direct reporting from user-generating content platforms, and more fair conditions for the small players. The structure of the streaming economy, we don't have the time to go into pro rata versus user-centric. Can just say that SoundCloud now, as you know, have moved to what they call the fan-based royalty system. This is something that needs to be more investigated, and to also support the middle-sized practitioners and music creators. The music export is not a self-playing piano, I wrote in the report. What I mean by that is that many other countries have much more support from the state to promote music export. You need to be available at the different conferences, build networks, pitch music, etc. And this costs money. And if you compare the Swedish state support for music export, it's much smaller than many of our neighboring countries. And another problem that has been mentioned by all of the different actors, I should say that these 6 points have been all mentioned by all different actors, is royalty-free music or buyout. The effect of royalty-free music, as described by the actors, is that it makes it much cheaper and easier for producers of TV shows and movies and commercials to use music. But it basically makes it much harder for all the other music to be used. So one can say that music is viewed as a short-term source of revenue rather than long-term assets. Some other things that we need to focus on, time is flying away, we still have a large inequality in the Swedish music industry. As you see, there's only 8 women receiving more than 1 million Swedish crowns from the collecting society STIM, who gives money to publishers and songwriters. This is really something we need to do more structured work around why it is like this. Another problem is that children and young people do not use the music and culture school as much as before. Perhaps we need to change the way of learning, way of teaching. Another thing is capital supply for music creation. Today it is the intermediaries who have easy to get capital, while the core product has difficulty being valued according to standard business economic calculation methods. New models are needed. So the songwriters cannot go to the bank and say, I need to borrow some money to buy equipment, or I need to borrow some money so I can create music. But an app maker or a streaming server can easily go to a bank or anyone who wants to invest and get money. So the core product has a hard time. So we need new models for evaluating catalogs, being able to say that, well, my music will earn somewhere between this and this figure during the next 6 months or year. Same thing as when you take a bank loan for a car or for a house, your income is valued by the bank. So here we clearly need new models, and we can create these new models now when we have all the data from the streaming services. It was not really possible before to make this happen. The Swedish Social Insurance Agency, A-kassan, tax authorities rarely understand neither practitioners nor music creators. This especially applies to freelancers with a company in the form of sole proprietorship, what we call enskild firma in Sweden. So there's a knowledge gap between the reality for songwriters and freelancers and the different agencies and offices in Swedish society. And also mentioned by the music industry actors is artificial intelligence in music creation. We don't know really what rules to apply here or how the law should change. Can an automatically created work based on machine learning obtain copyright, or is it the creator of the program? What about deepfake music? New judicial scenarios. So to end this presentation, these are the 5 measures and policy proposals that was most highlighted by the music industry actors for this report. Establish long-term support functions for small businesses and individual practitioners, mainly in connection with crisis, including more adapted tax rules for cultural industries. So if we look at the pandemic and we'll look at the other crises before, we can see that the small businesses and small actors that are mostly influenced by this. We need a more long-term support function. We can't stop now this summer just because concerts perhaps starts. It has to keep on going and be a function that can be pushed into reality much faster in the future if we would have something like any of the 3 crises I mentioned happening in the future. An effective implementation of the new copyright directive, which includes several important changes, mainly for the small players. By effective here, I mean that the implementation of the directive should not be in such a way that nothing happens, that status quo is maintained. There are some important changes, specifically when it comes to the relationship between artists and musicians with companies. Increased investment in export subsidies. Sweden stands out among the Nordic countries with a comparatively lowest state aid. Well, this is quite a simple thing to do, actually, especially now when I would say that the Swedish position on the international market is kind of challenged. So it's quite an easy thing for Sweden to do to actually increase the possibility for Swedish producer companies, also tech companies, succeed internationally. Royalty-free music buyouts. There are different opinions about this phenomena, of course. The first thing might be to make some kind of state inquiry or something to investigate the situation when it comes to royalty-free music. Increased transparency in the streaming sector, as well as further investigation into pro-rata versus user-centric as distribution model. Okay, so those were, let's go back a little bit here. There are still some things to do for Sweden to come back when it comes to recorded music. We have a situation of a really bad situation for the live music, but there are some things that we can do to support, especially the small actors, this ecosystem of music industry actors that I would say is one of the most important part of creating this music miracle. Okay, a lot of words in 45-ish minutes, a little bit more. So if you have any questions, please email me and I will try to answer them. And thank you very much for listening.
Och varmt välkomna till vår underbara kommun Oskarshamn.
Oskarshamn är och har länge varit en oerhört stark musikkommun. Här finns något för alla, oavsett ålder, i Sveriges största lilla musikkommun.
Ja, men musik, det är ju helt naturligt. Det handlar om att gräva där vi står. Vi har ju en historik och en bred kunskap om att både utbilda och forma entreprenörer inom musikbranschen. Därför känns det helt naturligt att gå in och stötta ett sådant här initiativ som Wildhart sa sist.
Är man intresserad av musik så dras man ju till andra som är det och det blir liksom ett incitament till att flytta. Om man då bara är 15 år så om man har högt uppställda mål så söker man sig till någonstans där man kan hitta likasinnade. Jag gjorde det. Jag flyttade hit från Gotland och läste musiklinjen här. Och det var det bästa jag gjort.
Vi brukar betrakta oss som Sveriges största lilla musikkommun. Och därför passar ju det här utmärkt. Hela den här regionen är väldigt stark när det gäller musik. Och Oskarshamn är ju definitivt inget undantag. Så för oss var det självklart att vara del i en sån här stor branschorienterad festival.
Vad är det som Sensus erbjuder inom musikområdet?
Vi erbjuder ju alla åldersgrupper ett musikutövande och förkovra sin musik. Det kan vara allt ifrån spela i band eller DJ eller musikproduktion.
Kan du beskriva Oskarshamns musikliv med 3 ord?
Kvalitet, kreativitet och engagemang.
Ja, men vi har faktiskt väldigt lång erfarenhet av att bedriva musikstudier på högre nivå. Och vi tillhör dessutom den exklusiva skaran som redan 1989 blev utnämnda av staten att starta upp med ett musikgymnasium. Så det kan man väl säga att vi har lyckats väldigt bra med.
Kan inte ni berätta lite om musikskolan?
Vi har 4 olika inriktningar. Vi har musik, bild, dans och film. Och till hösten planerar vi också 2 nya inriktningar. Slöjd, skapande och även nycirkus. Med lite akrobatik, jonglering och balans.
Så varmt välkomna till Oskarshamn.
Sveriges största lilla musikkommun.
vid Hultsfred på musikhotellet. Nej, men vi tycker det är viktigt att på samma sätt som vi gör konserter och så, vi gör ju 120 konserter om året, vi har mellan 10-15 000 besökare på hotellet, så vi tycker att det är viktigt att landsbygden kan leva och ha ett vitalt kulturliv. 98% av Sveriges befolkning känner ju till Hultsfred och förknippar det med musik och festival. Och på det sättet så syns vi ju, vi sticker ut. Vi måste ju vara Sveriges mest kända ort med 4 500 invånare. Utvecklat och förvaltat det varumärket som fanns och fått Svenskt Rockarkiv att flytta hit. Vi har utvecklat ett besöksmål som heter Hultsfred Walk där man kan gå och uppleva festivalen, och sen så använder vi ju hotellet till att göra konserter hela året.
Här i vårt arkiv så samlar vi på svensk populärmusik, och vi samlar på allt som har med populärmusiken att göra. Det är inte bara skivor, utan det kan vara merchandise, tidningar, filmer, instrument, scenkläder och annan kuriosa. Vi har funnits här i 18 år i Hultsfred och vi börjar närma oss 1 miljon objekt kring det här kulturarvet faktiskt.
Och sen har vi ju musikutbildning, Music and Event Management, med studenter ifrån hela Sverige och från övriga världen också som är och pluggar och sådär. Så musiklivet lever ju verkligen i Hultsfred. Man skulle kunna tro att det är dött, men det lever ju mer idag än vad det gjorde förut. Förut hade vi en stor grej en gång om året. Nu har vi ju grejer hela tiden.
Such a closed environment now, society. It's like go to work, get a bus, go home. Everybody's trapped in cars. All of a sudden, festivals are one of the few things where there's like thousands of people outside talking, getting stoned, getting drunk. You know, talking about life in general.
Hey, ho! Let's go! Hultsfred!
Hi everyone, welcome to our panel on the future of live music. I'm Chris Carey, Head of International Marketing at TicketSwap, an ethical secondary ticketing platform. And I'll be moderating today, so you won't hear too much from me. I've got some outstanding guests. Anna, would you like to introduce yourself for us? And we'll kick off.
Hi, I'm Anna Scholin. I am heading up the festivals and concerts at Live Nation in Sweden. Been with the company for 20 years this year, and have been a promoter as long as I can ever remember. And I also hoping to put Lollapalooza back in Stockholm after our 3-year hiatus after the great first year. That's pretty much what I do.
Amazing. Is it fair to say the last year has been the most crazy of the 20?
Yes, absolutely. Well, most crazy, but also, you know, not in the good crazy way.
I look forward to hearing about some of the good crazy a bit later on. Natasha, how are you doing?
Like Anna and everyone in a crazy year, but I I am an agent. I've just started up a company with my brother called Mother Artists. He runs the management side, mainly with idols, and I run the live division, also booking idols, but 30 other great artists. Like Anna, I've been an agent for 20 years, so working at almost every major agency. So I'm coming with lots of experience, and yeah, just proud mum, like Anna, of 2 young children.
Amazing. Martin, how you doing?
Yes, hello. I'm Martin. I'm the chairman of Svensk Live. We are a non-profit organization here in Sweden. We organize about 230 members. It's all from promoters, organizers, venues, from grassroots to Live Nation. And we have also some associated members, also destinations, which I am represent. Destination, I'm a DMO of Eskilstuna. And my background is in the music business, record companies, both Polygram and Sony. Also had a management company for over 20 years, managed one of the biggest acts in Sweden called Kent. So that's me.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and great to have you here with us. The first question I'd like to ask, what's the current state of the market in Sweden? And I think, Martin, I might throw that to you and then to Anna, just to kick us off and set the scene here.
There is no market. Actually, we just have a cap of eight people for having shows. Actually, there were some shows this weekend for 8 people in Örebro, but high ticket prices, exclusive, but that's not a sustainable business model. But yeah, but we have no market at the moment. That's my conclusion.
Okay, so market for 8 people at a time, a little bit of innovation happening to make that work. I mean, in terms of the outlook, maybe Anna, how you see the world now and where it might start to step to next with Sweden in mind.
I mean, it's an incredibly weird situation, I think, because we're at one hand, just like Martin says, we have no market. We've been in Sweden has been in a different place than many other markets, because if you go out on the street here, it's a pretty regular feeling. The schools are open, the shops are open, you have all of that, but there's no shows, no gatherings whatsoever. So in a way, I think it would be easier to grasp the situation if you had like Tash has been sitting in lockdowns, right? And that way you sort of, you feel what's happening in a different way. Here, it's just, we're not allowed to work. And it's a strange situation. So we're obviously hoping everything is going to be better soon, but it's also that we're looking at 22 being probably the busiest concert season ever. So we've just actually pulled our whole staff globally up lifted them from the sort of furloughs or similar things where we can. In Sweden, we put our whole staff back full time to work from May 1st, which is a difficult situation because we really, we have to get them, you have to get people started again after a long time not doing the work and get ready for a 22 season. So it's sort of a mixed mode of we're not doing anything. And at the same time, we're going to have to do a lot very soon. And we got to get ready for it. So I think that's my reflection, that it's a very interesting time right now, getting everybody back to speed and at least looking ahead and thinking we are going to have a business to go back to not too far from now.
That's really interesting. And that element of kind of being rusty, there was some feedback from the recent London events that have gone very well, or sorry, recent UK events that happened in Liverpool. And the backstage staff were rusty. Getting hold of the right people from front of house was hard. Getting hold of the right gear. There's a whole infrastructure element to this that is more than just putting on shows, that needs to catch up and shake that rust off.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the office people like us have been sort of working through with, we've had to cancel a lot of shows in the past year and rebook and all that, and halftime politicians to get sort of our industry heard. But, the production guys, the freelancers and all those lovely, fantastic people that we are so dependent on, many of them have not done anything close to a show for a long time. And so we have to start early to make sure we get the teams back together and get prepped and ready for what's coming.
Absolutely. Natasha?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think also for all of us in this industry, and I would agree with you, Anna, since Brighton's, the cases have always been quite low and it's quite a liberal mindset that everyone has. And I think the biggest struggle I've had mentally is, like you say, Anna, now when I go out and everybody's living a normal life where it's just an inconvenience for them that they have to wear a mask in a shop, and our industry is still screaming to be heard. I think what's been amazing is how quickly all of us have transpired in our jobs on what we have to do. And I've forgotten, like Anna said, it's lots of rescheduling and cancellations and dealing with that side of things, and the government and fighting and almost having to retrain what the job itself is. But it's amazing how quickly mentally we adapt. Like now, I used to hate rescheduling tours, and now it's normal. I get up in the morning, right, which tours need to be rescheduled? Let's hold 4 runs. Let's do this. Let's chat to that. Like, I cannot wait, like everyone, to be an agent again, and the excitement of doing shows. So I think we also it's about, a lot of us, I think, have just been kind to each other and ourselves. That's a really important part of it, because yes, the world is coming back, but it's an extreme amount of trauma that we've all had to deal with as well. And so I think a big part of the restructuring is just going to be checking everyone is okay through this. Often my husband's like, you are working 12-hour days. Like, what are you guys doing? And it's just kind of trying to create opportunity and always, we've got lovely Boris, so that's another story with the announces that the false announces that he makes. But it's been such a mental challenge, I think, for all of us, that I can't wait for things to come back. And as Anna said, there are so many great people that haven't had opportunity or support that we're just desperate to get them back in work as well.
And especially in an industry like ours, where you care so passionately about what you do, and that part of your identity, well, as an artist performing and getting the recognition, but also as someone who works in live music and gets to go to the shows, your endorsement and enjoyment of your job is watching that outcome.
Yeah, and I think I never realised how important people were or are for me as a person. That actually, I think for a lot of us, we tolerate all the admin side of this job because of the release that we have at the end of it, the results that we see at the end of it all for all of us. And we haven't had that. And it's tough. It's really tough.
No, I absolutely agree. The journey we've all been on, as you say, transforming your day job into the worst bit of what you used to do and then finding joy in it. Actually, I want to ask about the rescheduling. Of course, for yourself, you're looking after Australian artists, you're looking after, I think, some American artists, obviously idols from the UK. How's that been, just keeping an eye, presumably, on the global situation and what the rules are in each country?
It's been, so this is it. You have a good night's sleep, you wake up really positive and you're like, right, okay, we're going to go. And then all of us, and you spend all day on the phone to every market, every country, every promoter. And it's exhausting because every government thinks differently. The vaccinations, the speed of vaccinations or how effective that is different in every market. So I think for a lot of us, the idea of UK touring or touring in one market, we can get our heads around. But to think about cross-country touring, we've also got Brexit to deal with our side, although I think it's a welcome break that the pandemic's here because it's allowing us all to kind of work our ways around it, of which this is one thing I think is this is an amazing industry for dealing with problems and finding solutions. So, we're not going to be negative. by that. But I was really lucky. One of my new pop acts, Thomas Heeden, he's Australian, so he went home for a bit, and so I was able to get him shows and building him. But it's it's hard. I think another thing is we all thought that this summer might happen, but because it isn't, pretty much, I think we're just about there on most of it not happening. You've got to think you've got 3 years worth of bands wanting to get into 1 year. So it's not a case of, hey guys, get on the festival next year. You've now got poor festivals and promoters like Anna having to deal with 3 years worth of incredible talent, having a deserved reason to get on one summer. So in a way though, you've just got to, I think you've got to be honest, communicate, transparent with your managers, have really good relationships, tell it like it is, and just do your best. And this is again part of the mental challenge we're all dealing with, that a lot of festivals are rolling over. There just isn't space.
Yeah, no, 100%. And the pressure on fans to go as well is going to be huge. Anna.
It's also how far in advance we book, right? But by the time you get, for 20 years, for the festivals for 2020, we had talent pinned in penciled in slots for 21, right? And 22 already. So by the time you start rolling over the shows and you have all that, just like Tasha said, it's like, what do you do with it? I now have 3 acts that I'm supposed to have in this one slot. And that's been a challenge, to making sure, you want to be good to all your artists and managers. At the same time, you got to keep the festival relevant, and it's a struggle just logistically to make that work, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's complicated enough when you've got everyone fighting for the same slot at a venue. When you've actually promised the headline slot at a large festival to 2 people because there were 2 years, that's a very tough conversation. No comments on that one. I'll move on. Do we think we'll see a change in the advanced bookings? Do we think things will have to move more quickly going forward? So if we look at the industry we're moving into, will we find a lot less lead time on bookings and a bit more flexibility, a bit more spontaneity?
I think the domestic artists will have a broader chance to perform at the festivals, because they are in the country, they don't have to travel abroad. So I think the domestic artists will have a chance to furthermore get some shows, because the pandemic has gonna put some restrictions on the traveling. That's one trend I can see in the future.
I would like to think that we won't, after next year, we won't have to book so far ahead every year for all of us. I think, yes, when you've reached a certain level as an artist, or you're at the height of your game, you can plan and book stuff 2 years ahead if it's stadiums or arenas. But you've got to think about these young artists starting out, where it's very early planning, where you've got to start building them slowly. You've got to see where the audience are, how the record's doing, and work on it. And I think a struggle for a lot of us has to be, look, we need to book a tour a year and a half ahead, and we need to challenge for the date, which means that we have to commit to the date and put money down to the venue. And you've got these poor young guys or girls or bands just not ready or able to think that far ahead. So I mean, my hope, I don't know about you guys, is that I just think it's about doing your best next year, being very strategic and honest, and coming up with a plan that realistically works. And then hopefully by 2023 it's slowed down and there's a bit of normality again.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I think you have to. I think there will be different developments depending on size of act or where they are in their career, basically. I think the big shows, the arenas and the festival headliners, I think those are going to be booked earlier nowadays than they have previously, because the avails are not there. So anybody wanting to come out in the fall of 22 now, there's not an arena date in Europe. And I think people are going to be scared of having that situation and ending up where they can't get a tour when they need it for the new music and everything. So I think there's going to be lots of more early scheduling when it comes to those. But I think we as promoters also need to keep, keep the smaller end of the bill open for longer than we do now, so that you can get those acts. You want the act in a certain moment in their career to play the certain festival or a certain venue. You don't want to have them at the club show when they've already exploded. And you want to make sure you're providing them with the right platform. So I think that it's dual. Like, part of it's going to have to be done earlier. Part of it, we should just be more flexible and wait longer.
And we have the consumer also. They want to make the decisions on buying tickets later and later. So how do we get the consumer to buy tickets in advance to secure the festivals, to secure the venues? So that's going to be a challenge that we see, I think.
That's actually a really interesting point, I think, because Sweden as a market has always been very, people buy tickets early. We do have the big on sales on every level where you release the tickets and they go. That's going to be interesting to see when we're back in full business, if that's still the case or if people now wait longer. We've had pretty good rates of people are holding on to their tickets. The fans have been good to the promoters and try to not, return their tickets if they don't have to. But it will be really interesting to see where that goes when we're back to full business.
Yeah, we did a survey recently. We asked together with Ticketmaster 16,000 of the ticket holders, the purchases, and I think it was 77% of those rather keep their ticket than to get it back to the promoters. So I think that's a really high percentage, and I think we have to look at the terms of ticketing to see how we can make the consumer hold the tickets in that percentage over time. I think that's important.
And it's been interesting to see how a bit more flexibility has come to the consumer in this incredibly difficult time. And I wonder if some of that convenience some of that flexibility might stay in a positive way.
Yeah, that's it. Thinking of myself, nowadays you expect to have a flexible, anything you buy or book, you expect it to be flexible, right? I'm not going to book a hotel room that I can't really change, or something I do with my kids, or that you're expecting it that if they get sick we can cancel. How's that going to look in the future? I think that's interesting as well.
Absolutely. In a world of convenience where you can do almost anything on demand, it's a very interesting challenge to the pay early model.
Yeah, I think the music industry have not been, if you compare to the travel or, there's usually different rates. You can choose to book a hotel with no flexibility at a cheaper rate, but you can also choose to book your flexibility at a higher rate. We haven't really had those kind of things in the ticketing world. And I think you're going to see more and more of those kind of solutions to give the customer the choice to be flexible.
Yeah, absolutely. And pricing in that convenience, pricing in that flexibility for those who want it, giving an option for those who haven't. Definitely interesting.
Yeah, because I think that a process needs to be put in place, because you have to think about a lot of artists where we have rescheduled sold out tours to next year. So, and there's no insurance for the bands, for the promoters, for the venues. So that's also a pretty scary situation for a band to be in, where understandably the ticket buyer, the punter, does have control, but even up until the show date can get refunds, whereas the artist doesn't have any flexibility, any insurance. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, for me, it's great to see markets open up. It's great to see, as crazy as Boris is, you know, an ambition to start opening things and allowing us to do tests, which we're grateful for. But, you know, we're all keeping our eye on the winter, you know, because a lot of stuff has been shifted to November and December and January, February. And, you know, I'm interested to see how insurance comes in play for the long term with this as well. That's going to play a big role in decisions. So I think processes are important to be put in place, because this is a really, what's the term? It's a scary way to do this business for everyone at the moment.
Absolutely, in a business that was already risky to start with.
Yeah.
And it's been interesting watching the different government approaches to underwriting insurance. The UK government, for my money, has been very slow to help for something that has a very low marginal cost compared to the Dutch or other places around Europe. The Germans very quick in, Austrians very quick in.
I mean, we shouldn't even get into that subject, because I can speak for an hour on that alone. It drives me absolutely nuts how both the governments have been so slow in coming up with reasonable schemes, but also how that showed that we were not prepared as an industry to tackle this. And, you know, we have a great, I think, cooperation over the boundaries between, like Martin's, like Svensk Live, for example, but we were not prepared to show. We were organized from a cultural point of view, but not from a financial point of view. You know, we were not prepared to show the government how much tax money we contribute with, and how much our industry is worth, and how we, you know, how the whole ecosystem works. And that's been a huge focus for me, and actually a personal way of getting through this, I think, this year, is to focus that sort of, you know, energy where you're used to working a lot and solving a lot of problems, to try to just focus that on this instead. And it's just, you know, in Sweden, we had 1 week, they said, in a meeting with us, they said, vaccination passports is absolutely out of the question for shows. It's unethical. No. The next week, we read in the paper that Sweden will now be the first ones to roll out the European vaccination passport. And you're like, you know, it goes so quickly. And I think the governments have had to adapt to the situation and take on new things that a week ago they thought it was unethical. The next week they realized that's the only way for us to get moving. And it's not their fault, you know, they're just trying to adapt as well. But it's been extremely frustrating, I think.
And you're on that roller coaster ride with them. They're keeping up best they can. You're getting it secondhand as fast as it's allowed to be communicated. Far from comfortable. I think you put it perfectly, that we can communicate our value from the arts and what we bring culturally, but when you're then competing with, and it's a horrible way to look at it, when you're competing with other sectors for help from government, and you've got to argue your case. It was a very difficult argument to make, often from a standing start, where we didn't have economic case studies to show what our value was and so on.
Which is what venues and companies, and, you know, for, I don't know what it is in Sweden, guys, but, you know, in UK there were grants available from you know, grassroots venues to, you know, it started with people not sure if they actually counted or what is the value that the government look at to give you a grant. And, you know, quite upsetting, exciting to see certain people supported, and amazing, and also heartbreaking to see someone else who was just as deserved not getting it, maybe because they didn't fill out the process in the way, you know. So people would pay people to fill it out the right way, but that's just that's how bureaucratic systems always been.
Yeah, but I think the way in Sweden that's been interesting is that it's also been a, you know, we are a country politically that is all the things that you love about Sweden in a non-pandemic situation, they also provide a certain element of difficulty in a pandemic situation, because we put a value-based, like the cultural value. There's the support systems that's been for the pandemic here for the cultural sector has not been financially based. They've also been based on, is this an important cultural type, or for example, the opera and the state theater in Sweden had their record years this year, because they kept all their grants and it's been able to work, while you have small promoters all around the country who are struggling, and talent, in terms of the talented sound guys or sound girls and whatever you have that is not getting any work and have to become a teacher or something.
Yeah,
So
our support system is rigged for the public sector and the institutions. So when the business side of it also wants some grants, they have to look at this other sectors, not in the art sector. You have to compete with the transportation or the export of steel or something. So it's hard to compete on that level when you also have the arts and culture side, which are, the system is rigged for that, and we can see that when the art the Kulturdepartementet, our culture department, got applications for the grants, 50% of those who did the application was new to them. They had never been in contact with them. So that tells us that they just work in that closed filter bubble, if you will call it. So I think that's really interesting. I think that will also open up a new discussion of a new system of grants and support from the government.
It's almost like infrastructure is really important, but when it comes to individual humans, that needs a little bit more work and understanding and support.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think it's so important that we now do like what Svensk Live is doing, putting an effort into actually looking at how much do we contribute, what's our industry, including all parts of the industry, venues, ticketing, concerts, restaurants, what is it worth in just monetary, looking at the monetary. And I think that's really important, because we're going to need that for the next time something like this happens, which hopefully it won't, but we need to be better prepared. And it will be interesting to see what that does as well when we can present those figures. Does that give us a better, is that the final straw that's going to actually put pop culture into, the more, what do you call it, the plush seats in the theater?
Yeah, hopefully we'll have those figures by the end of the year. So.
Yeah, and I think if I look for the silver lining in that, the fact that people are working together much more closely as a result of the crisis, hopefully can endure, and we can put a more united voice to government with better information, better facts, and so on. Can we talk about talent? Because I'm concerned about talent in this time, and I'll tell you my concern. My concern is that in a world that is increasingly risky, giant artists don't play stadiums, they play arenas. The guys who should be playing arenas play mid-level. The guys who should be playing mid-level play theatres. The guys who should be playing theatres have to play clubs. And the less proven, emerging, interesting talent of tomorrow gets squeezed just by the way things are just now. And I just want to put that out there and see if that's a risk, and if so, what we might be able to do to help ease that.
Sorry, Tash, were you before me?
You go.
I actually think it's the other way around. I have to say I don't agree with that statement, because I think everybody wants to play bigger now. than what they are supposed to, because and they want the promoter to take that risk, or a lot of agents, none present here of course, wants, you know, to take that, to play the big arenas when you're not ready to play the arenas, which is incredibly risky. So I don't think I think it's an amazing time for talent, to be honest, because a lot of people have had to reinvent and come with really interesting new concepts. But I think we need more clubs. I think we need more places to come and play to in general. You know, we have too much talent to fill. We can't get the rooms. So that's my view on it.
Yeah, I think it just depends on who the artist is before the pandemic hit, because you have, if you're an artist that has other income, whether it's through streaming deals you've done, whether it's you sell a lot of merch online, whatever it is, you have the privileged, which I call it the privileged artists. So those on the top level who can take 3 years out, be at home, write, create in their own studio they've made, and it's all great, and wait and hold back. But you have, I think those most hit are, you know, the artists that were just signed, that had to go out, that are dependent on building live, that might not then have the support of labels to carry on forward, and they need to eat and they need to pay their bills. So I'm worried about losing some incredible talent on that level through no fault of their own, but where you just have to work. And again, a mental challenge. I mean, I'm glad you said that, Anna, on agents. I mean, I like to think, or pride myself on taking the right steps for bands, on always, you know, being at a level where you sell out. And I very much lean and work with promoters that I think know more than me, that are more skilled than me in the market, and that I try and listen to. You know, next year is not your normal year, and so everyone is going to be playing venues they shouldn't be playing. You know, for me, I've just tried to pick the 3 main markets or 4 main markets, get the venues, and you're just going to have to make do with others. I mean, you're going to see some incredible routing on tours for next year.
It's like
that,
an arrow.
you know, that, you know, you just say to the manager, look, this isn't based, we're not bad promoters or agents, and they're having a giggle. It's all over the place because there just isn't the infrastructure there. And again, a big worry for me, I agree with Anna, we need more clubs, and they're the ones most in danger. You know, I'm getting calls daily about having to change spaces because it's not going to survive. So that's the biggest challenge. What production companies are going to still be here? What promoters are still going to be here? You know, that it's about solving. The longer this goes on, the more we really need to look at what we can do to help that side of things.
Yeah, I mean, the production it's a real issue, you know, like Sweden's biggest production company no longer have a storage in Sweden. Now they moved everything out of Sweden because it's just that's how they've had to survive. And you know, I think we're gonna see that's gonna become an issue when we come back in full force in 22. It could also be the opportunity for, you know, entrepreneurial people to start new stuff, but I'm hoping they're going to do it soon.
It's the risk. Yeah, also with Brexit, lovely Brexit in England.
Yes.
You know, again, like I said, people are finding solutions. No one's sitting down going, oh, you know, it's so you're going to see a lot of companies already setting up in Europe to avoid the carne issues that we're going to have, the impossible issues that weren't discussed or agreed for, you know, a band doing European touring. So, and I think, you know, a lot, again, it's about being transparent and honest with your managers and your teams. You know, with festivals, the production might not be as high. Bands are going to have to just play like the old school amazing live band that they are, without all the bells and whistles, which I think will be fine anyway, because people are just going to be so desperate. But yeah, it's just it's keeping an eye. That's the stuff that worries me more. And with, I think a lot of bands probably aren't taking as many risks, but on the flip side, the music and the songs that I'm being sent from a lot of artists through this is mind-blowing. So, you know, you always know from trauma comes some pretty incredible stuff.
Exactly.
Amazing. And I think sometimes that creativity and that art can get lost in these conversations. I mean, we've been so knee deep in dealing with government, grants, insurance, all the practicalities around what is the most amazing thing in the world, which is the artists themselves and the writing.
Which is crazy, because these people in government who maybe don't have an understanding of the infrastructure or those dealings, they all go home and will stick on music in the background and will, without realizing, will be dealing with their trauma and stress through incredible music. It is such an important tool. It's not just about the staff or the team or employees. Music in general has a profound effect mentally on us all. It is so important.
And that's actually been a really big topic of discussion for us with the authorities, because the authorities in Sweden, you know, the health, I don't even know how to translate that one. The CDC of Sweden, let's put it like that. But there's such a focus on sports and the importance of sports for the young kids and teams, for, you know, playing in a team for the kids and everything. And I'm not saying that's not important. I think it's incredibly important. And you know, I've always been very involved in team sports my whole life. But I think there's equally a huge part of these young generations where the music now has that exact position. You know, like, you need to get around music. You're not going to see your favorite team, you're going to see your favorite band. You're not going to play with your teammates, you're listening to music together or playing music together. And you know, I think that's been a struggle, I feel, to reach through with that they should be counted. What this does to a young generation when you're not allowed to gather and when you're not allowed to experience music together. And that's put a lot of, I think, you know, some of these streaming concerts that's been done, you know, where the audience also participates in a different way, I think is amazing, because I think you need that. You know, you need to listen to music together, not just by yourself.
Absolutely. And some research came out of the UK industry recently saying 65% of live music fans have missed music for the boost it gives their mental health.
My 6-year-old is Anna's met him, but he's done festivals since he was a baby, and you know, the effect on him through lack of music and social interaction has been huge, which is why, I mean, I'm grateful for the schools to be open, but he constantly talks about the experience of how he's going to scream when he gets to a festival. It's like, it's all consuming. And I think we need to give credit to the younger generation that is often severely lacking by, I'm going to include even my generation or older, saying that they're, you know, what are they giving up, or how selfish they are. And I think I think they've often given up more than any of us, because, you know, they're affected and they want to protect their grandparents, but it's a secondary thing on them, this virus, and they've cut off everything. I mean, imagine going to uni, which is such a life-changing experience, and being in your room the whole time studying. I you know, the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see the effects of this. It's so important.
And I think it's going to be interesting for fans coming back into that experience, that I think there's going to be a duty of care that falls on the industry to make sure that when confronted with that thing you've missed so much, that actually we've got facilities in place to help people through an emotional re-engagement with music.
100%. I mean, it's again a positive thing is to your point, Chris, like the conversations that I'm having with a lot of tour managers or teams on how they want their tours to be, you know, whether it's staff there for, gig buddies to help people with autism or social disabilities. But as you say, dealing with trauma of coming back, that's got to be, to the environmental aspects of touring as well is a huge part of this. That actually, I'm sure if we look at the figures for all the lockdowns we had when all the industries were shut down, the positive impact that has had on this earth, which is also, of huge importance in survival. So that's, like Anna said, we're all very used to working all the time. So it's great to see a lot of people taking the lead and putting their efforts into touring better.
I'm actually interesting when we're talking about the kids, obviously it's subject close to my heart and Tasha's as well, but I'm excited to see if we can maybe influence. In Sweden, we've had this, 13-year-old age limit on the majority of the shows for sound, for dB limit reasons. And I think what the pandemic has shown that in Sweden, the way we've handled it is to put a lot of responsibility on the people going into a store. It's not the store it's basically, you can come into the store, but you got to follow certain rules, but it's up to you to follow those rules, and I'm hoping that we can work with that in the future now and come up with creative ways where we can create areas where you can go to shows with your kids under 13. We know we've told the authorities forever that we can create a section where it won't be above the limit, or we can make sure that everybody has hearing, what I'm talking about.
Earplugs and protection.
Earplugs and protection. But I think it's so important to be able to go and see shows at an early age and with your parents. You want to go and see shows with your parents when you're young and experience music together like that. So that's something that I'm hoping the pandemic now has shown, that we can maybe tackle that issue and get the age limit removed and be a little bit more flexible. Now we have it on 2 festivals. We don't have an age limit, but everything else is pretty much 13. So,
but also amongst the workforce, that the positives of it. I mean, I always worked from home. I'm quite unapologetically have lived very lucky to just work in this industry where I see my kids all the time. It's just non-negotiable, and it's been a pleasure to see on Zoom meetings kids going crazy, not just with me but with everyone. And I'm just hoping for an understanding that it doesn't have to be separate. A lot of dads loving being at home, seeing their kids, a lot of mums who felt guilty about making a decision, not having to make a decision. So how can work places change for better? I mean, that's one of my top missions as mother artist, which is aptly named, turning a vulnerable, something that I always felt was maybe used as a vulnerable point against me, I'm just turning into a strength. I'm hoping for better care for everyone as well from this.
That's brilliant. And I love that it's been you who's brought up mental health 2 or 3 times naturally, that you're thinking holistically about all of this, not just from your artist point of view, but actually the wider impact as well. I think it's really good.
We're just humans. Everyone just needs love.
It's a great theme for a song.
Good song.
Even promoters.
Especially, another thing I'm in, because obviously, like you were saying, Chris, everybody's working really well together because there's a common goal and interest. I am very interested to see what comes, and I'm sure Anna, you're experiencing already that empathy that's perhaps now taking a sidestep when it's getting to next year and beyond. So it'd be interesting to watch what comes. No comment. You can say no comment.
No comment.
But I think also we have another crisis, as you mentioned, at the same time, the climate crisis, and I think we really have to focus on that furthermore now, when we have worked together on this crisis. I think we can also work together on the climate crisis, and I think green touring is going to be a real topic 21, 22, 23. And we have a project at Svensk Live called Wintopia, where we're looking at 3 different sectors within the touring. It's food and beverage, textiles, and transportation. And we are looking to reduce those impacts. We haven't set we're going to make a manifest around that, and we're going to present that later this year. So that's going to be really interesting. And we're doing it together with the sports industry as well, and the destinations and the live entertainment business, so we can do it all together in an ecosystem. I think it's really important that we have to focus on. That's the next crisis, or the crisis that's really emerging.
Yeah, and I think the pandemic has given us a bit of time for self-reflection, which we might otherwise not have had. And I think it's now more important to fans as well. So obviously we all live on the planet. It matters to us, but I think it's more top of mind now. I think it's more of a focus now. And I think it would be great to see how artists tour in a more efficient, more effective way, and how they kind of lead as well. Because I think artists can shape culture in the most outstanding ways. I think it would be really interesting to see.
Wasn't it Massive Attack who had a hearing in the UK about this green touring?
That may be true.
Yeah.
I'm going to say no comment. I'm not sure. We'll edit that bit out.
You have to have, okay.
For them or against them, Martin?
Sorry?
What the Massive Attack was putting a case forward or something against them? Forward
to touring only with sustainability and focus.
Yeah.
With the UK government, something like that. There was a hearing.
Cool. I will have to look that up.
Google, yeah. Pause.
But that's actually something as well, now we've seen the test events, all over Europe. We're using test events to get more knowledge about how we can do, how we can handle the pandemic. I'm also seeing that, we should be able to do test events in terms of how can we get greener. That's something that we can learn from. We could do test events globally and learn and use that knowledge from how we can reduce our footprint quite a bit, I think. And I think we're going to see that much more coming as well, that we're going to be sharing the information. Like you said, Martin, I think, we want to work together on this. So the good thing with the pandemic sort of work that's been is everybody's shared the information. Everybody had one goal, and you're sharing the information to be better. And I'm thinking that we're going to continue sharing information on how to be greener. I'm hoping. I doubt that we're going to be working as much with our competitors and in the same way as we are now for the long run. But I think that around the specific topics like getting greener, I think we need to continue that work across the board.
Absolutely. So taking that note of positive things coming out of this, looking ahead, there was obviously an abundance of live stream shows, some of which were chargeable. Do we think fans will keep paying for live music in that sense? And does it create an opportunity for artists and potentially for promoters to sell a virtual ticket as well?
I think that's just a new revenue stream that people have discovered, as is the food and beverage, ticketing, the transportation, the hospitality. Streaming is just another revenue stream that you can combine for the artist and for the promoters to the venues. So I think that's gonna be one important section of the income for the artist and the promoters and the whole ecosystem. But it's not going to be a substitute for live music, of course.
it's an add-on, and you know, to the point of the environment. If an artist has a launch, you know, they can pick it in their hometown or city and then stream it elsewhere. But it can never replace, you know, that feeling of walking in to a show. And you know, for me, the live streams that seems to do well are those that use clever technology, or you know, really pushing the boundaries. But you know, for your just rock and roll band, you just got to be there. But it's an incredible add-on, and you know, with VRs and all of this technology coming, you know, it certainly can't be ignored of its future importance.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree. I mean, it's jumped it forward a long way. The real thing, very hard to compete with. Sorry, Anna, I think you're going to say something.
Yeah. No, I agree, exactly. It's very hard to compete with, but I love the add-on. I mean, I think it's and you know, we've done global research that said that majority of people feel that they want to go to a show more. Watching a streamed live show makes them want to go to a real live show, so to speak, more. And I think it's an add-on where you can access a greater, you know, financially accessible to, I mean, it's expensive to go to shows and to go to a lot of shows, and maybe some acts won't, looking at the green aspect of it, play as broad of a routing as they would pre-pandemic, and it gives access to people in different places to see a show. So I like the add-on a lot, but it can never, you know, I'm old, I can never replace standing at a concert, of course.
But the thing is, you have to develop the format, because the best live streaming shows I've seen during this pandemic has been those intimate, small, when you're in the rehearsal, tiny desk concerts, when it's really intimate. Those are the best, because you don't want to like a live show on a live stage. You know, it's like a DVD concert. You want that intimate, innovative experience that you, and maybe some interactions with the fans at the same time when you're doing it, you're talking to the audience in real time. I think you have to develop that format in some sort of way. Then it can be a complement to the live touring and the live music as a experience.
Yeah, I think absolutely. So if I try and recap where we've got to so far, because we've covered a lot of ground, I think if I look for some of the wins coming out of the pandemic, I think we're talking about talent having a chance to stand out, people taking more risks, playing bigger rooms and making sure fans can get to shows, which was a surprise to me, but I like it. I think the idea that people want to give the fans maximum opportunity to see them by taking that extra risk, albeit shared with the promoter, on playing the big rooms and doing whatever is necessary to make it happen. I think it's very promising, very encouraging. I think the attitude from fans is promising. They want to hold on to tickets. They want to get to shows. The energy is there. They haven't lost interest. If anything, the opposite in this quiet time. And then on the industry side, there are some better things around greener touring. There's some good things around kind of more coordinated, more joined up, more efficient, more effective at making our case to government, as well as actually being a bit kinder to ourselves, working from home, making sure you can see the kids, making sure that there's actually the human side of the element of the industry is taken into account as well. So, I mean, lots of ground covered there on the future of live. Is there one last thing you'd each like to say, or something you particularly like to highlight on what excites you about the future, or what you're most looking forward to when we start getting back to?
I would like to, this summer, when we had we had a 50 person cap this summer, and there was one initiative that they sold 10,000 tickets over 200 shows, and it was an agent called Kulturaktiebolaget who made these shows, and this was Average Joe who booked these shows and had 50 persons in their gardens, and the artist just picked the guitars and PA and put it in the car and just drove to the destination where they're going. So I think there's also a counter trend that people would like to see more intimate shows, and they are prepared to pay more, and the artists are also prepared to go down in size in production, to just jump into the car as they did when they first started, because this was not the high-level artist, but it was the mid-level artist in Sweden. So I think that's a counter trend that I think we're going to see more of in the future, actually.
I'm not the only one that started a company in this time. So just seeing the entrepreneurial side of what comes, I love people, meeting challenges with solutions. So I'm really, keeping my eyes open and being part of the story to see that change. But also, I think, for those who know me well, it's kindness and empathy, and just treat people like humans. Simple.
Perfect.
Simple.
I can't wait for 22 season, to be honest. I think I think the first show we get to do is going to be a mind-blowing situation, considering how much pressure gone into this period, and how much work's been done to try to keep everybody reasonably healthy, and I think it's going to be an amazing year coming up when we're back into business. I think it's going to be, the volume is, we're going to have a lot of shows, but I also think the feeling, I expect the feeling of when people get to start going to shows together again is going to be amazing. And that mixed with just what Tasha's talking about, the entrepreneurial, we're going to have to old school it, a lot of it, because it's just, we have a lot of catching up to do, and there's going to be issues that we haven't worked with before, and that combined with a big season coming up, I think there's going to be a lot of old schooling it and problem solving and fun, and I think people are going to be happy that we're back in business, and I really can't wait for that. I think it's going to be amazing.
Perfect. I mean, there's not a better note to end on. Martin, Tasha, Anna, thank you so much for all your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Jaha Pelle, nu står vi ju äntligen här i vad som ska bli Kalmars nya ishall. Här framme så inom en snar framtid tänker vi att det eventuellt kan stå en scen. Vi ser musikevenemang framför oss. Vi tror att det här kan bli en väldigt attraktiv arena för regionen. Det här är en arena som vi har saknat i många år. En flexibel inomhusarena där vi kan ta emot evenemang även under det som idag är vår lågsäsong. Så det här betyder ju väldigt mycket för Kalmars och regionens utveckling. Jaha Pelle, om vi får drömma lite grann framåt här, och vad tänker du? Vilka evenemang skulle du vilja se i Kalmar?
Men att fylla Fredriksdans med 26 000 besökare, det hade ju varit en dröm, och i en snar framtid. Men med 3 enkla ord, hur skulle du sammanfatta Kalmar som evenemangsstad?
Enkelhet. Det ska vara enkelt att arrangera i Kalmar, och vi har en organisation här sedan länge tillbaka med en tydlighet i vem som gör vad från stadens sida när vi möter olika arrangörer, för att guida dem på så bra och enkelt sätt som möjligt för att de ska kunna skapa sina evenemang i vår stad. Den andra aspekten tror jag handlar om samarbete, och det är samarbete mellan kommunen, näringslivet, mellan näringsliv, kommun och föreningsliv. och att vi har byggt upp ett väldigt fint nätverk även nationellt och internationellt som vi drar nytta av, och vi har lärt oss väldigt mycket av de stora evenemangen som vi har haft här. Vi har fått ett gott självförtroende.
So, hi, welcome back to Live at Heart South East, and to today's panel, it takes a village to raise creative children, where we're looking at the role of culture and creative industries in economic regional development outside of the traditional capital cities. And I'm pleased to have with me today Lynn Best from the Fourth Pillar in Belfast and London, Andy Jones from Focus Wales in Wrexham, and Fred Schmidt, MBE from Wildhart Music in Austin, Texas. And just to give you a brief background on the panelists today, Lynn has worked at PPL in the UK as head of communications before setting up Fourth Pillar, splitting her time between London and Belfast in order to champion the importance of the global cultural and creative industries through campaigns, communications and advocacy. Fourth Pillar is currently focused on the music sector in our homeland of Northern Ireland and will work across the music and creative communities to collaborate on strategic initiatives that benefit the wealth of talent and accelerate the growth of the burgeoning music industry in the region. And Lynn has recently been appointed as Project Director by Belfast City Council for the Belfast bid to become a UNESCO City of Music. So, hi Lynn.
Hello, thank you.
Andy is the music booker and co-founder of the Focus Wales Showcase Festival and has worked within the music industry for over 15 years as an artist, label MD and promoter. Focus Wales is an annual international showcase festival and conference for the Welsh music industry and takes place in Wrexham each year, placing the industry spotlight firmly on the talent that Wales has to offer the world. And 2021 marks the festival's 10th anniversary. So hi Andy, and thanks for joining us today. And finally, Fred is an MBE, a UK Royal Honour received for services to UK-US relations, and amongst other roles has been the MD of International Affairs at Capital Factory, a key Austin tech accelerator, and the Chief Representative in North America for London and Partners. And Fred's worked tirelessly to develop international collaboration between the US and various international partners, something I myself have personally benefited from. So thank you, Fred, and hi, Fred.
Good to see you, Mark. Thanks for having me.
No worries at all. So the three panelists today bring a shared knowledge of, and more importantly, a passion for the development of creative economies in Northern Ireland, Wales, and Texas, respectively. So welcome all. Thank you so much for joining us today at Live at Heart South East. And we're going to look today at exploring the role of culture, music, and the creative industries in economic regional development with a view to examining talent attraction and talent retention in those regions outside of the traditional capital cities. And during this chat, I'd like us to explore key themes of place, infrastructure and network, and the role that advocacy can play across all of these themes. So if we start with place, in a time of post-pandemic acceleration of trends that we're seeing at the moment, they're seemingly pointing towards an increase in migration out of the capital cities. So what part will this play, do you think, in the potential location of creative talent? So if we can start with Fred, maybe.
Okay, sure. I think I would probably snapshot it as saying we are in a very unique and unprecedented time in that because this last year has really caused everyone to reflect on where they are and what they're doing and how they're living and the affordability of their places. There's a lot of migration, as you said, Mark, happening all over the place. And creatives want to go to places where they can afford to live and have the freedom to pursue their work. It's pretty much that simple. If I can, I think perhaps just touching on Austin as an example of how it came to be might be useful in the context of this conversation. So Austin, as viewers and listeners may know, is now billed as the fastest growing city in the United States. It is 11th in size, soon to be 10th biggest city, but it wasn't always that way. You go back 50, 60 years, Austin was 1/10 the size that it is today. It was a population of about 250,000 people, a sleepy government city as the state capital of Texas, and it had universities here, so it was also a college town. And what started happening was kind of two parallel tracks that occurred concurrently, but they were very different from one another. So one is what I would call the intentional recruitment track. Okay, so our city government, our county government, the Chamber of Commerce and city and industry leaders all got together and said, we want to recruit what was then the early burgeoning tech industry to Austin as another pillar of industry besides government and academia. And so they started to attract very intentionally with incentives and those other usual economic tools, large corporations who could benefit from the talent graduating out of the university network here, et cetera. And they were very successful over about a 10 to 20 year period. This stuff doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. You have to have a plan, you have to execute it. But over about a 10 to 20 year period there in the 60s and 70s, Austin was successful at recruiting IBM and Tracor and 3M, to name a couple of individual large corporations who set up subsidiaries here. And they also got they bid on and were successful at attracting two large consortia at that time, one in the microcomputer industry, which was like 10 typical competitors who would never join up to do anything together. But this was in the face of Japanese competition in the electronics industries in the 70s, and 10 US companies banded together and created the microcomputer consortium in Austin. And behind that, they recruited the semiconductor industry here. So we had this basis over about a 10 to 20 year period that recruited the early technology industry. At the same time, completely different, via different means, the music industry started to gravitate to Austin, okay? That's what I would call the organic track. And how that worked was musicians from around the state, from places like Lubbock, and Willie Nelson came from Nashville, and Janis Joplin came from Beaumont, to get out of their cities that were not affording them either the opportunity to pursue their creative work or it was too expensive in some of their cities to live. And they gravitated to Austin because it had this university crowd, which was an appreciative audience that, you know, young people want to try new things. They're more experimental. And so they were open to all kinds of new music. And so a music industry began to form here just completely organically because it was cheap, had an audience, and they could begin to work on their craft. And so over about, again, a 10 to 20 year period in the 70s and 80s, the music industry formed this big industry event that most people are now familiar with. South by Southwest emerged during all of that, starting with the music industry, then adding on film and the technology side of things. And so that formed, and those two things formed over what is now about a 50-year period, to give everyone some context of how long this stuff takes to create something that is large, sustainable, has massive economic impact that can be quantified and studied now. So that's kind of an overview of how a small town that, you know, Austin was like not even on the grid against Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, and San Antonio as the bigger brothers and sisters in the Texas family of cities, if you will, but suddenly pulled up, you know, to become the largest and fastest growing city of this kind, which should give inspiration to other smaller cities and regions that are looking to develop their economies in a purposeful way.
Lynn, I guess that's a perfect link to you, because splitting your time between London and Belfast as you are now, yeah, you've seen those opportunities, I guess.
Absolutely, and I think that's a perfect segue. And I will say that, Fred, that does give me inspiration. You know, I think when I listen to you talk about Austin and the 50-year journey that you've been on, it motivates me and excites me that hopefully in 50 years or less, you know, we will be, you know, I'll be sharing that same story about Belfast, because we really have the creative talent. Without a doubt, we have fantastic musicians. We're starting to attract a lot of business, but I wouldn't say we have developed a really strong industry, joined up industry just yet. And so to hear the journey that you've been on, it does inspire me that we're on the right path and we'll get there too one day. And as you say, Mark, I am splitting my time between London and Belfast. I was one of those people that moved away to London in search of a real job in the music industry. And now I find myself coming back to Northern Ireland as the industry develops, because I want to be there. I want to be part of that growing sector. And the theme of placemaking, which is, you know, kind of how you kick this question off, it's so topical right now. So I'm working with Belfast City Council, as you said, on their UNESCO bid to become a UNESCO City of Music. And that's part of the council's 10-year cultural strategy, which puts culture and music as part of that at the heart of what they, what they want to use to make Belfast a really great place to live and to work and to visit. So it's very, very topical. And one of the partners in that project is also Sound Diplomacy, who as an organisation have spent the last, I think, 6, 7, 8 years working with music cities right across the world to really develop music and musician-friendly policies to see how they can support that infrastructure, that creative talent, and really make that city a lot more attractive for those, again, who want to live, work, or visit there. The thing about Belfast, I would say, I think we're quite unique sometimes in this, though others watching this may tell me I'm wrong. Belfast is a relatively affordable place to live and to be, and there's a real sense of pride from the musicians who work there. They want to be part of that community. They want to stay in Northern Ireland to help to grow and develop the scene. So actually, they don't really want to move away to London or to Glasgow or Manchester or other UK cities to develop a career there. So we need to look at how do we not just put music at the heart of Belfast for our local residents, for the local public, and that's very much what the UNESCO bid is about, but how do we make Belfast really friendly for those musicians and music businesses that want to start up there, want to continue to grow, want to connect, and want to contribute to that growing creative economy in Northern Ireland's capital city. And really the key answer to that would be the infrastructure point. We need to look at what businesses are there, what support do those businesses need, what skills or connections are we missing? And of course, what is the role of local government and our national government? Because Belfast and Northern Ireland, whilst it is known for its music heritage and its great history, it doesn't really have a strong, joined up, fully developed music industry. But I do believe, as I say, we're firmly on our way to developing that. So it's quite an exciting journey to be part of.
Andy?
Well, it's a really interesting one. I mean, from the perspective of the work that we do and how we began in the first instance, we created Focus Wales in a town called Wrexham in North Wales, in a part of the country that borders England, but has perhaps historically, or for a long time at least, felt a bit overlooked and underinvested in. And, at the point of starting Focus Wales, there was perhaps from our side an element of frustration that we were losing talent, and the talent that was still there wasn't perhaps getting the support, the love that we felt it deserved. And we felt that there was a real problem there then in the sort of a theme I do come back to a lot is the talent development pipeline. We were seeing artists just think that the only way was to go to London, and they just fall off a cliff, so to speak, when it doesn't work out quite quickly. So we felt that something needed to happen, and why not Wrexham? I mean, for us, you see, if we look at Wales, Wales is over sort of, I think, over sort of punched above its weight is perhaps a good way of putting it in terms of its musical output. And I think a large part of that is that it is a very creative place to be. We've got some of the best recorded studios in the world there. Rockfield Studios in South Wales has produced some of the biggest albums of all time, whether it's from your Led Zeppelins and Clash and all of that 90s stuff from Oasis and Stone Roses before that, and that all came through those lovely studios in the south of Wales. And the same is true all over the country, really. It's a really creative place to be, a good space to be. I think what we've seen during the pandemic is a lot of people sort of retreat, find more affordable places to live. Wales is definitely an affordable place to be, and as a creative, So, you know, I definitely sort of encourage people to consider Wales as a place to sort of stay, especially if you're a Welsh creative, you know, because I think, you know, similar to the challenges of, you know, the music community in Belfast, you know, we are all about trying to find the best ways of retaining our talent, both those who want to work on and off the stage. I think it's really important for the sort of the health of our creative sector that we do retain that talent and that we can attract talent to the nation, you know. So yeah, I think it's going to play a really important role. I think the thing that we've always got to work with in Wales is that it is so fragmented. You know, you have these you know, you've got a lot of the creatives dotted all around in the little villages and coastal areas of Wales. They're not all based in Cardiff or your bigger areas like Wrexham in the north. So I think, you know, there's positives and negatives, I guess, to that sort of makeup. But, you know, I think it's a positive, really. I feel like I've digressed there. Have I digressed? Does that all make sense?
Yeah, it's cool, man. It's cool. So to expand on that point, culture, obvious. So now we are looking at the business of culture as well, which sometimes has to be stressed that there is a business around culture and it is an economy and an industry as well. And sometimes we do have to fight to make that point be recognized. And when we're talking about infrastructure, so what would you say are the necessary components for the development of a successful regional creative economy? So if we're looking to set up a state of creativity in a region, what is it that we need to become that state of creativity?
Well, I like to work in points of three. So I would say there are three key factors, but I'm sure others may disagree with this, but this is my take on it. First of all, it needs joined up thinking. You know, that's where it needs to start. There needs to be that united, coordinated and agreed single vision that this is something we want to do and we'll work on it together to get to that end point. I think then as part of that, it needs leadership, you know, to bring all the players together, the stakeholders together around one central focal point, whether that's an industry body or a central forum just for discussion. You know, it's all well and good having this thriving scene bursting with talented musicians as we maybe do in Belfast. There's funding available to support them to get started and on their way. There are numerous educational initiatives left, right and centre. What we're lacking, you know, is that someone or something that can bring it all together to promote it, to champion it, to support the coordination, identify greater opportunities, to create a network and to remove the silos that might exist. Just someone to really bring it all together. And then thirdly, and I think this is something that, you know, different people will have different takes on, but I think it needs government recognition. Now, I'm not saying that that is equivalent to government funding. You know, do we want to be a sector propped up by the government? Of course we don't. We want to be self-sustainable. But there needs to be a recognition at the top of that tree that says, we know music is important, not just socially and not just within the community, which undoubtedly it is, but also economically, we see the benefits that it can bring. We consider you in this way. We'll work with you to ensure that music has the foundations and the framework that it needs to grow an industry. And just to say, we see you and we value you and what you do, we will engage with you. So that openness and that readiness is not always quite there. And I think, frankly, without it, it's harder for an industry to emerge and to shape and flourish. And quite frankly, even believe in itself as an industry. So as I say, for me, it's about joined up thinking, it's about leadership, and it's definitely about that government recognition. That would be that would be my take on it.
Absolutely. And Fred, obviously you've seen, as you've just said, but the development of Austin, especially over time as well. So you can probably give us your thoughts on what components for the infrastructure were required, but then also as well maybe highlight some of the gaps that you recognized that needed addressing with the development of the creative economy in Austin and Texas wider.
Well, to amplify on what both of you have said on this topic, we don't have to reinvent the wheel anymore in asking whether or not music and film and theater and creative industries have economic value.
Okay, this stuff has now been fully quantified. We've quantified it on an Austin level. It's been quantified on a Texas level. London has done all kinds of research and studies on this too. And it's absolutely undeniable, irrefutable that the creative industries are a economic force to be reckoned with. And so South by Southwest, that one festival, 10 days, okay, not last year and not this year because of the pandemic. We unfortunately had to skip that event. Hopefully it'll be back very soon. But South by Southwest for the last 5 years that it was running has delivered over $300 million of economic impact to the city of Austin in 10 days, okay? Just that one event. So, and when we have quantified the economic impact of the year-round creative industries in Austin, the music industry that we have here, the live music capital of the world, the film industry that is very vibrant here, the software industry like video gaming, et cetera, we're talking in the several billions of dollars of economic impact. So all that leadership, to Lynn's point, has to do is avail themselves of the research that exists, okay? Just look it up, absorb it, believe it. and at that point, you know, this thing that we always kind of tend to put to the side to say, oh, that's just music, you know, that's what I do for fun. You know, we have to quit doing that to it. And, you know, actually in Europe, I'm a native European from Poland originally. So, you know, I'm kind of have my foot in that camp as well. You know, Europe has always valued the role of culture, always, everywhere, and invests in it, but it's always, you know, in the form of charities and grants and, you know, things like that, which are great. I mean, the creative communities need that. That's kind of basically their investment capital to work with. In fact, it could be more, but the main thing is to help enable and empower it to get on its feet, actually produce its own forms of recurring revenue, which it can do, especially now with technology. It can find regional, national, global audiences, okay? So to be able to really recognize that that possibility exists, I think is the absolute most important thing for any area to be able to really start to harness the power of what it can bring. And you know, going back to my Austin illustration, the one thing I would say is that culture becomes the glue that holds your community fabric together, okay? It's emotional. It's, you know, the technology industry transactional. It works with your brain and your pocketbook. Culture comes from the heart, okay? And the heart is ultimately more powerful than all of the other business and transactional components because it's sustaining. I mean, we're human beings who want to be a grouping species and be connected by something. And yes, technology is the means that is connecting us these days, but it's still us as human beings that are using this platform to be with each other when we otherwise physically cannot. It's the creative industries is that glue that holds that fabric together and ultimately is the sustainable part over the long haul because, you know, frankly, the business comes and goes. You know, acquisitions happen, companies disappear. Of the 6 different computer companies that I have helped co-found or help grow over my 30-year plus career, none of them exist anymore. Okay, they're all gone. They've been acquired. You know, we have great IP that's sitting in the basement of some, you know, large corporations list of assets that they don't even know they have anymore that was purchased 20 years ago, but they're all gone. You can only find them in the pages of Wikipedia. But guess what? Willie Nelson is still a resident of Austin, Texas. And, you know, culture really plants itself and grows and thrives when it finds a home that it loves and that loves it.
Andy?
I think it's really vital that we've got long-term strategic investment for every key stage of the talent development pipeline. So, you know, it's important that grassroots level artists and creative have the support and infrastructure around them and opportunities to gain support from grant systems, for example. And similarly, that you've got support and investment potential at the product development stage. And then similarly, then you've got at the far end of that, you've got, music. Those key 3 stages do need that long-term, as I say, very important strategic investment, and it really does need to come from government. In Wales, we are very lucky that the government have been, I think, increasingly in recent years supportive of the creative sector. They realise that, I believe in, is coming from this place that it does deliver in terms of economic impact. Of course, job creation, it's ticking all of these boxes, but of course it's significantly a brilliant sell on Wales, so it's sort of self-perpetuating. It's sort of it comes back tenfold, really, because you're investing in the careers of all these creatives that create all these fantastic pieces of work that travel around the world, and through that process are promoting the place where they come from. So it's the best advert for Wales in that respect. And so they see that sort of that return on investment come back tenfold. So it's a smart move, I think. But yeah, I feel very grateful that we do have that support in Wales. We are sort of, in some respects, we are in the early stages of the journey, though, because I feel like it's only in the last couple of years that the conversation has turned to looking at those key stages as I identify them, and going, look, that grassroots element of development needs serious pan-Wales investment. And through Welsh Government's Creative Wales department, they've been really hands-on over the last year in developing new projects and looking at what support they can implement to ensure that that long-term support base is there. And as I say, that applies, in my view, to both those who want to be on and off the stage, because if the support is here, we keep the talent here. So it comes back to that importance of place, and why it's so important that we can keep our creatives at home creating. Not always, we don't want to cage our talent in Wales, but I do think it's really important that we keep the talent here, and that sort of investment, that infrastructure is really important to that.
That's it. So the creatives feel that they can create locally for that global market. They don't have to move, to the traditional capital cities.
Of course, yeah. And in a digital age, it's like, why should people move? And I've just seen so many horror stories of artists from Wales feeling that they do need to do that big migration to the big smoke, wherever they deem that to be. Quite often for Welsh artists, that's moving to London, and because they'll be obsessed with a particular label, or perhaps the way that it's worked out for another artist, and they presume that that is the only way that things can be done. But there's loads of ways that things can be done, and through the work that I do in terms of artist development, I'm forever telling artists to sort of like use their own sort of mind and assess what is going to be right for them in their career, and devise a career strategy that works for them in their life. It's you don't have to completely sacrifice everything and move to a big city far away from home to chase that sort of Hollywood dream. I think there's lots of ways you can do it. For some artists, they'll just get traction in, it's happened for lots of Welsh artists where it's really sort of taken off in another country. And it's that spark that's helped generate the sort of fan base and the career back home or across Europe. And, I can point to a few Welsh artists where perhaps their bigger fan bases are over in the States, namely, the Joy Formidable and perhaps Neck Deep are another really good example of that, who, I've just got that little bit more traction in North America for whatever reason. Radio have picked it up and they've just got the buy-in from the music community. And, these things sometimes happen through targeted strategic planning. But sometimes, it's a bit of an accident that a song catches fire and it just works in a particular market. But this idea that you have to move to London and that's the only place where it's going to work is, I just think those days are gone, really.
Excellent, interesting to hear as well. So I'd love to pick up on that point, especially Fred, when we talked about network, and the importance of network in regional creative economies. If we are to enable our creators, like you say, to create locally for a global market, how great a part do you see that network playing in the infrastructure? So the network as part of the infrastructure as well. And I'll raise it to you, Fred, at first, obviously, because that was your role at Capital Factory with the tech companies, was kind of building those relations there. So what role do you see as network from within a region as being an important part of infrastructure?
It's a super important part, because again, that provides the peer-to-peer tools that enable any industry or group of people to learn and to find the solutions to the problems that they face, which, we all have problems every day, and as entrepreneurs, that's, the big new buzzword, of course, it's been around since ancient times. Entrepreneurship is just doing something, making something, creating something that other people want, and you find it and you give it to them. That's entrepreneurship. And so having groups of people, it becomes a really valuable problem solving and advancement framework. So at Capital Factory, our organization there is about 50, 60 people, but we have 700 companies in our portfolio, okay, that are part of the community, the infrastructure. Some we've invested in, others are part of incubator and accelerator programs, others are there just to co-work. But it's this density, okay, of a place where people can aggregate and they find the supportive infrastructure. With 50 people, we can't begin as a staff to service the needs of every one of those companies and all their problems and all their stuff, but by giving them a place where they can all come together, both online and in a physical space, which we hope to get back to here soon, at the coffee machine, so to speak, where you stand around, you just talk about what you're doing today and what your problem is, and the guy next to you or gal next to you suddenly has some solutions, and I can introduce you to so-and-so. That becomes invaluable because the peer-to-peer network is larger, far more scalable, and far more capable of delivering results than any instructional program, than any top-down kind of a process, which again, you can intellectualize, but it's harder to implement an entire curricula than it is for you to raise one very specific problem and have another person give you a very specific solution that you can act on right now and move past that to your next opportunity. So, creating that, like we have done in the technology industry now the world over. I mean, as I've dealt with countries, the smallest, the country of Georgia, is all over this stuff. So as we have done there, we can do this in the creative industries too. And, one of my favorite examples is both BIM, the British Institute of Modern Music, that you and I first met over, Mark, when you came in search of Austin as a potential expansion location for BIM at one point, and also Tile Yard in London, which is basically the same thing that we've done in the tech industry, but one is academic, BIM. It's not just teaching how to make music. It's not teaching just how to produce music. It's the whole thing. It's the business of music. It's the touring of music. It's the merchandising of music. It's the artistry of music. And it's that whole comprehensive solution. in a campus environment with campuses in many locations on the continent, in the UK, and in the US, and that provides that network for companies, or for in this case musicians, to launch off of. And Taleyard has done the Capital Factory of London by putting together a creative campus with all these studios and infrastructure and services and live music space and a craft brewery and a restaurant, so it's a place that can bring people together and help them help each other.
Absolutely. And Lynn, how are you finding that in Northern Ireland, that like having to look at developing that network? Because I guess that's the key challenge that we have, is when we are trying to retain talent and attract talent, that talent wants to know that it can have the support in taking its creation to a global market. So how are you working with that in Northern Ireland?
Yeah, I mean, as Fred says, as you say, as with anywhere in Northern Ireland, having a network in Northern Ireland, even though it's a relatively small place, is just vitally important. And the industry at the moment, I think back home, has so much going for it, but I wouldn't say that everyone is working together and is part of that joined up network. So that is absolutely something that back on the ground we are trying to respond to. We're trying to create that network to stop people operating in silos and to try and join things up, join up the dots a little bit more, because I think you can achieve so much more as an industry when everyone is moving in the same direction, as opposed to just, doing their really good initiatives, but working on their own little groups. I think as well, especially if you come from a small place such as Northern Ireland, you can never know too many people. I remember someone telling me that way back at the start of my career, and I have held on to that for my own career as well as when I've been working with others. Because in this industry, although it's a cliche, relationships really do matter massively, whether that's relationships with governments or with your own peers and colleagues, whether that's in the local sector or your international counterparts. It's vital to be connected, because through that opportunities can come, learnings can come, progress can be made. So in my role, for example, you said at the start, Mark, I split my time between London and Belfast. A lot of people thought that when I left PPL to set up my own business, that I was going to move to Northern Ireland and be based there permanently and live there. But actually, I felt that I could only be truly useful to those in Northern Ireland, to add value to what they're doing, if I was able to maintain my relationships and connections in London. And therefore, I split my time between the two cities, because I want to be valuable to the sector, and I hope I can bring more to all the good work that's already happening there. So if there is one thing to invest in, it is worth investing in your network. And I was thinking, as we were preparing for this panel, there are so many ways that you can invest in that network nowadays. In terms of practical terms, for anyone listening to the panel and listening to what we say, there are so many ways to expand that network, especially as you're working from home, if we're still in lockdown. You've got events like this one, obviously, where you're going to see so many new faces and businesses that you can connect with. Also, I would say it'd be remiss of me not to mention a couple of events in Northern Ireland where you can continue that networking, but there's a great event called Output Belfast every February, which brings the industry together. It's Ireland's largest one-day music conference. And then there's also Sound of Belfast in November, which is a week to 10-day long program focusing on the music business and showcasing all the talent that we have across Northern Ireland. So I couldn't not do a little plug for those. So please come and network with us at those events. There's also trade missions. Your local government body may join up with other territories and other organisations. So I use, for example, the BPI, which is the trade body I used to work for, heading up PR there. They are the trade body for major and independent record companies. And so they join forces with other trade bodies and with the government to host trade missions in LA if you're interested in sync music and getting your music on film, TV, video games, and in adverts. They've just announced an online trade mission with Nigeria. So that's taking trade missions online, but really great opportunity to network and establish new contacts in another country. You've got amazing international showcases, as Fred mentioned. There's South by Southwest, and then for other more specific genre ones, there's Folk Alliance, there's Romex. There's a whole host. If you just research them on the internet, you'll be blown away by the amount of opportunities that there are. Fred mentioned as well Taleyard. I'm a big fan of Taleyard in London. Just again to give a bit of a plug for Belfast while I'm here and for Northern Ireland, you've got the OEM Music Centre, which I'm the vice chair of, which is its own hub in the centre of Belfast dedicated to music, both the development of music businesses and music talent and a lot of outreach and community work. Also in Derry or Londonderry in Northern Ireland, you have the Nerve Centre, which is another fantastic creative hub in that city. And then one of the things I was thinking is that, you know, social media, it does connect us all. I think we take it for granted, but it's another really fantastic way of expanding your network on a daily basis without even maybe realizing that you're doing it. You know, you can look up any of the speakers, I'm sure, in this conference and connect with them. And feeling that, there's always good old-fashioned email. You know, if you want to connect with someone, the details are always there. And I think if you don't try, you never know. And if you don't ask, you don't get. So it's really worth investing time in your network. I'm seeing that in Northern Ireland. I have seen it in London. I've seen it with a lot of people that I've worked with. And yeah, you can never know too many people, so go out there and find them.
Andy?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, network is such an important part of the industry, and you know, having that network or an access to that network initially is so important, which is why we started Focus Wales. You know, as I've alluded to, you know, Wales, a lot of the creatives are so fragmented and dotted all around the country, and quite often it can be quite, I think, growing up as a creative in Wales, you can feel quite isolated. You know, if you're growing up in the sticks, as I did, not knowing anybody, not having anybody to ask about how do I release a record, or who do I contact if I want to get played on the radio. So on a very basic level, being able to bring people together so that they can share information, exchange contacts, maybe spark up a relationship so that they can start working together on some level, was the whole inspiration behind starting Focus Wales from the get-go. That we knew we did have an industry, and people would talk about Wales as not having an industry, and that we more so barnacle onto the English industry. Whereas to my mind, I knew fully well that we had dozens of record labels, we had lots of festivals and promoters, lots of artists. All the key ingredients were actually in Wales. It was just fragmented. So Focus Wales was about bringing that together, and through creating that network, that environment, that, you know, essentially with a bit of nurturing and a bit of investment so that we can develop it and bring in sort of more outside knowledge and investors from across the music world to it, those networks would grow. And then, you know, we'd have more self-sustaining artists based in Wales is the whole inspiration behind it. And it is working. You know, we're 10 years in now with long-term support from our Arts Council and from government. And we're seeing the results with, you know, a more productive music scene, more artists working with record labels and management and touring, and, you know, more tipping point artists turning the heads of the global music industry. So it is working. It does take time, but that all comes back to creating that network, that opportunity for people to connect and share. And, you know, similarly, that extends to the sort of international networks that we develop through new pathways for artists from Wales to be able to access the industry in different markets, whether it's taking artists to an event in Sweden or to an event in the States or Canada. You know, I think it's important that that opportunity exists, that it's supported, that the artists aren't just given a grant and waved off at the airport, you know, that there's a process there, that people are supported through that whole process. And, you know, as a result of it, hopefully we can see more artists developing teams in overseas territories. So again, it just furthers the sort of cause and helps create more sustainable artists. You know, we're seeing it work. I mean, we've had the support to be really pushing our international export activities for the past 5 years now, hosting showcases at, you know, events like M for Montreal, South by Southwest. You know, people used to say to us before that, actually, people are more so interested in the sort of, you know, the British presence at these events. You know, you confuse them if you start talking about Wales, is what people would say. This is the narrative. And I would just say, well, you know, I attend a lot of events around the world as a speaker, and I find that people are often really interested to learn about Wales, that we're a bilingual nation with our own language and culture and musical history, which differs to the other nations on the British Isles. And, we've got our own story to tell and people are interested. So, we began doing our South by Showcase, I think it was 2017, and they've been really, really popular queues around the block. People are really interested to discover your Boy Azukas, or your Maylor Jones, or whoever it might be that's coming through that we have at the showcase. It's been encouraging, really, because it's the sort of fruits of our labor over time, I guess. But it has, it's paid off and it's worked out. We've seen artists pick up record deals with labels in the States, pick up new managers and booking agents, and it's happening. But again, it needed that strategic investment so that we could create that international network, so that we could fill the room with delegates. It doesn't happen overnight, but it's working over that time.
Absolutely. And just to pick up on something that you said, Lim, about, takes us on to the next point as well, the role of advocacy, because I know that was a key element of your relocation to Belfast, was advocacy in that role as well. And Fred, you touched on it, and Andy the same, about access to governments, and how do we ensure the buy-in of these regional governments? We talked earlier about being able to quantify the business of culture, so people recognise the importance of that. So how do we advocate to ensure that the recognition of the economic as well as the cultural benefit is there as well? So Lynn, how are you finding it now advocating across two countries?
Yeah, so we're at the start of that journey as well. And I think just it's worth saying, Mark, that whenever we refer to advocacy, I think that word puts a lot of people off sometimes, where they think, well, what is that word? But for me and for my work in communications, advocacy is simply telling a story to influence change. It's all about that storytelling. But it also goes back to the importance of building relationships so that you have people to try and tell that and sell that story to. And as I say, that is something we're exploring in Belfast. How does the music sector develop and strengthen its relationship with government, and how do we convey the value of our sector, not just socially and within the community, but importantly economically? And so something that hasn't been done in a few years is we have commissioned some research to quantify the economic value of the commercial music sector to Northern Ireland. We need to give people something to buy into. The statistics, as I say, they're out of date. But what we have to keep in our minds as well as we go through advocacy is the so what. Always ask yourself that question. Yes, the music industry is important and you tell someone about it, but so what? That's what they're going to be saying. You need to make it relevant to them, and that's where that narrative and that storytelling, bringing your industry to life, looking at local examples, looking at how many jobs the sector creates, the types of jobs, the excitement that comes from those, the motivation, the skills, the opportunity to educate next generation, and and the opportunity to put Northern Ireland on the map as a musical territory. Show them why they should care. And again, just to go back to that point, it's not necessarily because we maybe want funding from them. We can want many a thing from them, but that at the very basis of it, I think we just want them to become true advocates themselves, not just to contact the industry when, dare I say, they just want an artist to wheel out to launch their next initiative. You want people to really buy in to the importance of music and to get it. So you want your advocacy to turn them into advocates. Advocacy, it gives people a voice, brings people together, it facilitates collaboration, but it also educates people and it motivates people so that change can be delivered. So yes, we're at I wouldn't say the very start of that process. It has been done in recent years, but what we're trying to do in Northern Ireland is have a fresh look at that to see what that means now, especially coming out of COVID, when the sector has been so badly hit by the pandemic, to say, well, what is that story that we're telling, and how can we best get people to buy into the importance of this and truly believe it and become advocates for the sector themselves.
And Fred, I guess you've seen that a lot in both Austin, with the city, and with the Texas government as well. The need to have those conversations, especially around music, having the Texas Music Office as well. And how?
I was just going to say, Mark, I because we're at the other end of this journey from where Lynn is right now, but you will get there. Because we have quantified and researched and awakened ourselves to the economic value and sustainability of the creative industries in our community and in our state, we have actually institutionalized this process. So this is like challenging government to change its thinking, 180 degrees instead of, the advocacy implies that you're on the outside constantly trying to get someone's attention. You're knocking on the door of government. Please pay attention to us, help us. It's this pleading voice, and government is sitting there very busy doing government stuff like, building roads and, taking care of electricity and blah, blah, blah. But you can turn that around now. We have to get past that, okay? Because the evidence is clearly out there. And so in Texas, both at the state level, as you just mentioned, Mark, we have institutionalized. We have a Texas music office, which also embodies the film industry and the gaming industry, all of the creative sectors. And even at an Austin city level, we have a Austin music office, and also it works with the film group and the technology creative sectors team to have that door always open. I mean, there are people in charge of not, begrudgingly, reluctantly listening to your plea. Their job that they're being paid for is to help you, to bring opportunity to you in the other direction. Whoa, isn't that refreshing? So I'm just saying, we got to get past this constant, inability to recognize the value and contribution of the creative industries in the way that most people, for sure, of a business and governmental nature, respond to, which is money. The economic impact. That research is out there, and again, many cities at this point. You mentioned, Lynn, sound diplomacy. Many cities around the world have studied this stuff, have quantified it. So that research is out there. So it's, to me, it's up to city and regional officials, if they want to play in this arena, to do their homework and to get serious about it and say, here's what our economic offerings are, our cultural offerings, our quality of life offerings to the creative community, to attract them and make it easy for them to respond and come to their place and contribute. They want to do that. They will find a welcoming, open-armed audience, but they have some obligation in this process too, the leadership, the officials.
And just to take that on, Fred, I'd just like to finish. Someone who has lived in and been part of this huge expansion in Austin over the years, and I guess that's why a lot of us look to Austin, to see how the creative industries and the tech industries have kind of like merged and grown. So you've borne witness to the benefits and the costs of that expansion as well. So just briefly, could you share with us any pitfalls that may be of that economic expansion, given 2020 hindsight, as we would all love to have? What pitfalls have you seen with regards to the rapid expansion of Austin? So how do we ensure that we don't kill our golden goose while we're looking to set up our states of creativity?
Yeah, well, I mean, in the sober moment that we are in today of 2021 now with our 2020 vision, it's a be careful what you wish for kind of scenario in Austin. Okay, we have succeeded, beyond our own wildest dreams of achieving the kind of density and synergy and community that we had always hoped for and worked hard for and tried to make happen. But what happens at the other end if you haven't really figured out how to create sustainability in the process is the thing we all struggle with everywhere when this situation happens. Austin is also twinned, not everybody knows, but with the London borough of Hackney, okay, in East London, that a dozen years ago, when I was first brought there on a trade mission, potentially to expand my company into London, and UKTI led me around into East London. I'm going, I've never been to East London. I've always been Central, West London many times, but why are we going to East London? They go, well, something's trying to happen here. This is just before the Olympics. And so in Austin's 50-year journey, but Hackney's basically 10-year journey since the Olympics, the same sorts of conditions have given rise, which is gentrification and unaffordability, okay? And so the creative class, who are the people along with immigrants, okay, who run, your convenience stores and, the services that every group of people need in dangerous places that nobody else wants to open a shop or whatever. The immigrants come in, of which I'm one. As an immigrant entrepreneur, you go in and you start to provide the economic value that a community needs, and the creative class comes along and takes a place and makes it cool. Suddenly, you've got neat little coffee shops that open, and then a few restaurants pop up, and next thing you know, some galleries start to appear, and then there's this density of the creative class that happens, and then whoa, all the real estate professionals and economic development people show up in the investment group, and they all start writing checks, and things go kind of crazy because they buy up all the property, okay? And all that property that was cheap that they couldn't give away, empty buildings, miles of high street storefronts that were sitting there suddenly got populated for, very cheap by the creative class to make it cool, make it vibrant. Suddenly they get priced out of their own neighborhood, okay? And that's the tragedy. That the one thing that I have learned that we're really suffering from right now in Austin is, we've priced out our creative class. They cannot afford to live here anymore. And many of them, if you're Willie Nelson, yeah, you have a big ranch outside of town and you have a place in Hawaii and you're living the good life. But most other creatives are finding they have to move an hour or two now outside of Austin. And the floodgates really, really opened up about 3-4 months ago when Oracle announced that they're moving their headquarters from San Mateo, from San Francisco area to Austin. And a guy named Elon Musk suddenly decided he's bailing out of California too, and has become a resident of Austin and got himself a Texas driver's license. It's like, oh my God, now we're the global map. And literally California is now moving to Austin. You could see the procession marching. And what's happened is in just the last 3 months, our cost of living and our affordability of housing and real estate has gone up about 20%, okay? And it's unsustainable. And so if you don't get out ahead of this curve and figure out how to help, my most important advice to every community out there that's looking to get into this game is help the creative class get some equity. Give them some skin in the game. Don't just give them policies and even give them money. Right now during the pandemic, we've got cities around America that are starting to offer bounties. If you move, entrepreneur, tech guy, musician to our city, we'll give you $20,000 to come here because they've been hemorrhaging population for decades. Besides just money, they need places where they can benefit from the economic prosperity that they are helping to create. So the creative industries can never afford that first down payment. They can't afford to buy the building that they're in, or that studio, or that abandoned warehouse. Is how to help the creative class get an equity position in their own future success, so that they have an incentive to stay and that they have a reward at the end of their contribution that equals what everybody who comes after them gets out of it, while they're just being forced to move on to the next city and figure out how to help make it cool.
Andy?
Yeah, I think it plays a really important role. And if I look back to the start of the journey that we've had with Focus Wales, it comes back to somebody taking that chance, believing in the case that we were making, that this would be really important to the Welsh music community, to the creative sector in general in Wales. If we had an event like this that could bring people together, we've had to learn how best to communicate to those people over time. When you start out doing this, it's a labor of love, and we're coming from the background of being musicians and promoters, and we didn't know how to communicate with ministers, people at government, and it felt like those types of people were inaccessible. But the more we've gone on this journey, the more we've realized that actually the work that various government departments are doing goes hand in hand with the mission of what we're doing with Focus Wales. And you know, whether it's the mission to increase the number of Welsh language speakers in Wales, and how our events can play a role in positively promoting the use of Welsh language, or whether it's to talk about the creative industries as something that can deliver great economic impact for areas that ordinarily don't have huge events or huge investment in arts events such as Wrexham. You know, we become a good sort of example and blueprint to you know, for government to be able to demonstrate to other parts of Wales that you could do similar things in your part of Wales. But that initial sort of part of the process, yeah, it required somebody to believe in what we were doing, who could then go into bat for us and sit alongside us in a meeting with Welsh Government, could sit alongside us in a meeting with Arts Council of Wales. And we've got very quickly attuned to how it is that we can pitch what we're all about and what it is we want to do, and we understand the process involved now. But yeah, certainly starting out, it felt very, very difficult to get those conversations underway. You know, I mean, the Arts Council of Wales was only at the point when we first began, I think in 2011, you know, they were only just at the point of looking at investing in festivals of new music, as in, you know, festivals other than strictly classical music events. So, you know, that's not long ago. So it's still relatively early part of their journey in terms of investment into new music, or acknowledging how important that is to our culture, and what role it has to play. But yeah, it's been encouraging to see the changes over the years, and we do have you know, we do have champions of what we're doing across you know, across key areas in arts funding now, be it at Arts Council of Wales or PRS Foundation, who've been big supporters of what we're doing, and of course at Welsh Government, who supported us long term through their major events unit, to develop our infrastructure and grow the scope of the event, both the conference and the festival. So I think it plays an important role, and Wales can be a good example, I think, to other parts of the world. Because if we can do it in Wales, you know, you could do it anywhere, really. We're a small nation of 3 million people, and we've been able to create a music industry event that is known around the world now, and does attract investors to the events each year from right across the globe. And you know, our music industry is beginning to thrive as a result.
And I could literally sit and talk to you, crew, for hours on this, and I'm sure that we will again soon. So thanks so much for your input on this. So a couple of key things that I've written down here: desirability of place, importance of culture at the fabric of the place, access to networking and storytelling as the advocacy of that, and the need for quantification of our business. But key, ensure sustainability for the longevity of the development of the local creators for global economies. So Lynn Best, Fred Schmidt, Andy Jones, thank you so much. I cannot wait to see you all, just to sit with a drink and be carrying on. And I'd love to pick up this conversation in 6 months' time as well, just to see what feedback we've had and what lessons we all learned, especially with regards to the lessons learned from Austin. So all of you, thank you so much for your time, and everything. Couldn't have asked for any more. So I look forward to seeing you all very soon, and thank you for being part of Live at Hot Southeast. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Show me what it feels to know yourself too well. Show you what it feels to know a way. Yeah, show me another way. say you don't need to. Words don't lead the way where I go. When I know you won't ever let me fall. I know you won't ever let me fall.
So, hi and welcome to Live at Heart Southeast and our latest panel entitled Practice Makes Pitch Perfect, where we're going to look at the role of grassroots music venues in the development of talent in the creative economies. And I'm pleased to welcome today, sitting in with me, is Lasse Johansson. Lasse is a lecturer in entrepreneurship at Linnaeus University. But to relate it to the pitch perfect idea, Lasse is also an ex-professional footballer for Kalmar FF and was a member of the Allsvenskan winning team for Kalmar. So welcome, Lasse. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Nice introduction.
So, that's it. That Allsvenskan winning team, it's still got Småland at the heart of it. So
you can say the Swedish Premier League sounds better. Huh?
Yeah, that's true. Actually, we'll call it that. We'll call it the Swedish Premier League.
Yeah.
So just to talk a little bit around this practice makes pitch perfect, Lasse, because I think when we spoke previously, we spoke about this analogy about the availability of pitches, whether that be football pitches or whether it be venues for hockey or for paddle, and compared that with the availability of stages in grassroots venues. So as part of a wider conversation around talent attraction, talent retention, and talent development as part of economic regional development policy. And that, of course, was like prior to the acceleration of trends that we've witnessed during the pandemic recently. And it seems to relate directly to the desire to see more grassroots venues and stages to be supported, and like the conversations with Svensk Live and now with the formation of Småland Live as part of Svensk Live as well. And looking at the role of grassroots venues and small independent music venues as the training pitches of the next generation of the creative industries, in the same way that our football pitches are where kids learn to kick a ball and play on the on pitches as well.
I mean, I don't think it's really solitary to just like sports or music, but no matter what you're interested in, if it's entrepreneurship or if it's a creative industry or if it's the green industry, the green tech or whatever it is, you need places to start, right? You need, like you say, pitches to train at, you need venues to play at. And also if you're going to start a business or whatever, you need knowledge about that, support from the society, places to try out, try again, and all that stuff. So that goes pretty much for everything that you want to succeed in or you want to try out. You need places to be.
That's it. Like I say, the ability to practice, and that's the thing. Like Linnaeus University has such a reputable music and event management course. And essentially it attracts the future generations of the music industry. Like we always say, it's like, when we go into meetings with the Swedish music industry, you can pretty much guarantee almost half of them have been through the Linnaeus program. But it seemed that we were then seeing the subsequent relocation of that hotbed of talent that had been attracted into the region, then having to exit to Stockholm, to Gothenburg or to Malmo, in order to put the theory that they were taught into a practical application. And despite kind of like the numerous internal experiential experiences that kind of Linnaeus and the music and event management team put together, such as Rookie Festival and in Hultsfred as well, that was the analogy that I think we made. It was as if you had the best football academy in Sweden, in the region, but on a theoretical basis. And if those footballers wanted to kick a ball on grass, then they felt they had to go to Stockholm, to Gothenburg, or to Malmö. Yeah. And I guess that seems to have been even more so since we lost Hultsfred Festival in the region as well.
Yeah, but I think that what Sweden is good at and has been good at is that you offer great deals, great pitches to train on, great support to young people who want to try out the music. Like you have music mandatory in school. You play the fiddle, the blockflöte, and then you try out music instruments. You have the Kulturskola, who's pretty much every municipality can offer the kids. You have the Studieförbund, where everybody's trying out for a very, very cheap, low cost. You can try out. We have a lot of places where young people can try all these instruments. In pretty much all of the municipalities that we have, no matter how big the municipality is, we offer a great deal of practice to young people, right? And then they come up to this, like what you said, we have a great offering in study and theory. But the thing is, when you reach a certain level, I guess that's where the problem that you're talking about exists. Because we have, I don't see, like I said, we have a great support in cultural events and support to young kids who want to learn how to play music and all that stuff. But when you come up to like at the professional level, the support from the officials from the state and government it stops. And then I believe that you need to have a certain amount of people, right? You have the critical mass to produce stuff and to earn money on it and to make a living, right? And if you look at, for example, sports, we have like in Sweden, we have like 250,000 people registered as a football player, right? But it's only like 300 or 400 of them who actually makes money out of it. But the other 250,000 is still playing, but they're doing something else on the side.
Yeah.
And you have all that, you feel good, you can enjoy football even if you're not a professional. But it's hard for so what I'm saying is that, and then you can have clubs everywhere, right? Because there are so many people who wants to play football and so many people are interested. So you get support and you got sponsorships for clubs in the smaller regions and smaller cities like Kalmar, for example. And then you can stay there and actually you have, and also to be a good in anything, you need role models, right? You need someone to look up to.
Yeah.
And that's what you have in every city, because you can have role models that are staying there. So I think that's one of the reasons that people are moving to Stockholm, Göteborg, and Malmö, because you need the critical mass, you need the money. I just read a report that to make an album, there's like 100 people involved, like supporting and doing stuff, whatever. I don't know everything they do, but there's like 100 people to do an album in music. And you don't have 100 people in Kalmar who knows all this stuff, right? So you need all that critical mass. And I guess that's why you need to move to a place where it's a lot of people with the same interest, with the same knowledge, and who can come together.
Yeah, I guess it's interesting because that critical mass, if it was encouraged to be retained within a region, I guess the very nature of the way that the music industry has changed now as well is where you can create locally for a global market. So an artist can be, based in Oskarshamn and based in Hultsfred, based in Västervik, based in Kalmar, and reaching its global audience as well. And I think that's kind of like, an interesting point to touch on, like you say, about the number of people around, the project that is the music creation. And I think that's it. Small venues play a key role as hubs, for the coming together of those like-minded people as well. And I think you can kind of look at the role of those venues to actually drive a scene. Yeah. And that scene almost becomes that kind of like the workplace, the central hub that attracts those like-minded people, to a region, so they can peer network, peer learning from their network and things like that as well.
Yeah, because I do believe that even if you can sit home and produce and mix stuff and come up with all this stuff, you need to actually meet people. And the best way to do so is to create arenas or peers that you say is to connect with other people. And it's not only in music industry. I mean, it's in all industries that industries help each other. Like that's why you have these clusters of creative places where people come together. And you also need some kind of flow, right? People coming in, make the mark, and then leave. Because if you have the same people on the same spot all the time, the creativity is going to decline, right? So you need some kind of flow. Also, people coming in and out. So that's what you need to create. And the thing you can do, I guess, is to support the local places and acts where you can have these kinds of scenes or peers, but it's also coming down to the at the end of the day, it's, I mean, what a municipality or a local government is, they need to, they have this amount of money, right? You don't have too much money, you have this money bag with taxes and everything, and you need to prioritize what you're going to focus on, what you're going to spend your money at. And it also comes back to what you get for the money. So if you know that there are, like in Kalmar, for example, the young kids who are playing football is, I mean, all the kids are playing football, right? And then it's like nothing. And then you have floorball, for example, and you have riding horses and stuff. So it's not a coincidence that most of the money is going to football pitches, right? Because there's most of the kids are playing football. Then it goes to gymnasium halls or whatever. So it's important for the industry as well to show how it will diversify. Okay, if you give us this money and we create this meeting point or this scene, and you see, okay, but you're only like 25 people coming and playing, and we can't give you that much money because we have more money to give to all these people who are doing other stuff. Yeah, but if we do this, we're gonna diversify it, and it's gonna reach a lot of people. So it's all come down to that the critical mass again. How many people is gonna be enjoying this money that we are investing? And that's for a local government to think about. And I guess I guess you know more about that, but it's the same thing with the market, right? If they're gonna invest in a venue or in a person or something, it's much easier to do so in Stockholm and Gothenburg because there are a lot of people coming, and there's a lot of people you can choose from.
Yeah, and I guess that's the role of like the small venues. It is. Wow, it is like the pyramid, the pyramid element of it, that's going up as well, and the role that the small venues can play in that talent development area as well. I analogize it to kind of like you said about the Studieförbundet and the music development roles that there are in Sweden are second to none. It's absolutely phenomenal. It's like Daniel Johansson in his Swedish music miracle paper, it's absolutely incredible, the facilities that are available. But then the lack of venues, the lack of pitches for them to play on, is like the equivalent of you as a professional footballer training all week and then not having a game at the weekend, and that frustration of being able to do that. And I think as well, especially with our region as well, it's about seeing so much talent coming into the region and wondering whether there is something that we can do. And I think that's what Small and Live are looking at as well. To kind of like
And I think that it's it's also a matter of, I believe, I totally agree, we need to have more like events, more places to, like arenas to have music events on, festivals and all that stuff. And we are, I think all the, at least semi-big municipalities and places are focusing on that as well. I mean, all the cities with have a Stadsfest, you know, and it is inviting people, and they're trying to have a local touch, right? To see that there are local acts that actually can play on these venues as well. I'm pretty sure that everybody's is aware of that. They want to help, but I guess you need also to kickstart the grassroots. I mean, you could do, as a municipality or a local government or a company for that, or the market for that matter, can actually do stuff from above, right? Okay, we are sponsoring this event, come and play. But if you don't get the grassroots to actually work in between, so you have to inspire the people that are actually in the music industry to work with the government or with the municipality, with the venues. So you have like a, because I mean, the whole football industry in Sweden, or all the sports are based on voluntary work, right? It's the grassroots movements. You do it for free. It's the movement, right? And that's why it attracts so many people, I guess. So you need to, I guess that's a way also to do it. You know, all that work, it's hard work in between, but it has to be done.
That's it. And then again, you're talking about that pyramid where people are learning their trade, in volunteering, essentially, in the way that like a band can go into a Studieförbund rehearsal studio and hone its craft. And then the degree of professionalism gets brought on board as a band progresses.
And if you can support that and, you know, make that bigger and better, I think the pyramid is going, they might stay a little bit longer.
That's it. And we talk about the business of culture as well, because it's often very, music can get put into the culture side of it, whereas the business of culture and all those associated jobs.
And one big difference, Mark, if we're going to do the football analogies, is that everybody can teach soccer to kids, right? I mean, if you look at my kids now, when they started, okay, I have been, but it's parents. Okay, so you have a couple of kids in the like 7 years old. You have 10 kids, and you are pretty much asked, okay, what parents have the time to do training twice a week, right? Someone raises their hand, and they can start learning football. It's pretty much just throw out free balls and let them kick around. But you can't do the same thing with, you know, teaching. If you said that to me, I'm going to teach my kid to play guitar, it's going to laugh in my face. So it's a lot of easier to get the sports practice going on with more people, right? Because no one can say that they can't do it in the early stages. But it's when it gets out to professionalism and you get 14, 15 years old, you need a qualified trainer, of course. But I mean, that's 10 years of education. If you have 10 years of education in guitar playing, you need a proper guitar trainer or teacher from the start, right?
And I guess that is it, because with the Studieförbundet system that you have got in place, that is available to everybody there as well. So I guess we are talking about like the action that you need to take then to enter the professional arena, so that you can actually be sustainable, realistically, as an artist.
And I think we come down to the critical mass, right? Don't you think so? You need the resources, you need the places, and you need the people, all that stuff to actually have a critical mass to get it started.
So it is kind of like, we are looking at the wider support for the small and the micro businesses, especially within the KKN industries as well, because as Daniel put in his research on the Swedish Music Miracle, it is micro businesses that are going to underpin the music industry, and the accelerated trend of shifting away from the capital cities, which will probably follow from the pandemic, increasingly as well, seems like a perfect opportunity, to retain that talent in the region that we're drawing as well. So it'd be really interesting to explore.
I don't know how much, I mean, we have, how are these people, the creative people, I mean, it's always easier to support organized people, right? So, for example, if you have the tech, like here in Kalmar, we have the tech companies. They have organized themselves in an organization, and they can talk with one person can stand up for all of them. And then it's going to be easier to, you know, approach local governments and say, we need this, we need support that, better infrastructure, whatever it is. And it could be the same thing with the, and it's been the same journey with the green industries, right?
Yeah.
They have now been organizing more, and they put together, and they have reached, get more money from the EU, from the local government, because they are talking with one voice.
Yeah.
That's also a way to, you know, organize themselves in the local area to say that, okay, we in the creative industry, we need this. And but my experience when I mean, it's a little bit much too individual. So it's maybe that's a way to get better, to talk with one voice.
I guess that is a perfect link as well to like Maria from Small and Live as well, because that recognition of the fact that, yeah, collectively, yeah, we are stronger, and the recognition that each of those venues can provide that local hub for, yeah, the creative industries. And then by building that network of those hubs, then collectively Smallland will have a stronger voice as well to them.
I think that's, I mean, that's a simple analogy, is that if the football, I mean, we have in Kalmar, we have like 10 or 15, I don't know, Kalmar municipality, like 15 or 20 different clubs of football.
Yeah.
And they come together and say, okay, we have a lack of pitches to play on. That's a lot of people saying that, and it's hard to resist that.
Yeah.
So it's again the critical mass. How many people are you? How much can you provide with? Then you get your voice heard.
Wicked. So it's about organisation and, you know, collective bargaining,
yeah,
you know, of the creative industries associated with the music industries. Yeah, to kind of say, you know, we want to stay here. That's the thing. I think that's a key part of it as well. It's a very attractive region. yeah. To live and to, yeah, to develop your creative business in, isn't it? And
there are a lot of, I mean, there are a lot of creativity going on all over the places in this area.
Massively.
It's like you say, but it's small places all over the place. So it's not really synchronized, I think.
It is the collective, you know, union of the live venues, which can then kind of like push that argument locally as well to look at how we can, you know, develop the creative industries further. So, so the pyramid, yeah, again, yeah, rising up so that you know, where you start off. So you start off and at the bottom of the pyramid, and you rise to the peak.
And the thing is that our local, it's just an example about the pyramid. We have our own event pyramid in Kalmar, and in the bottom we say that we're gonna support local act. And we're going to help local acts to do it themselves, to grow. I mean, that's the base of everything, to help local acts.
Wicked. Thank you very much for your time, sir. I've just realised that we are running out of time. And you know that I could sit here.
Both you and me can go on talking forever, right?
You know it. And I so look forward to being back in the region as soon as is humanly possible, so we can continue these conversations.
Indeed. Yeah, we missed the live meeting indeed. So you're more than welcome. More than welcome.
I cannot wait. The first opportunity that I can be back in the region, trust me, I will be. So Lasse Johansson, thanks so much for your input. Thanks for joining us today. And I will see you very soon, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah.
Cheers, Lasse.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, welcome back to Live at Heart Southeast and to our panel, Practice Makes Pitch Perfect, where we're looking at the role of grassroots music venues in the development of talent in creative economies. And I have with me now Bev Whitrick, Strategic Director of the Music Venues Trust in the UK, and Maria Stedal from Småland Live. So hi both, and thank you for joining us here today. We really appreciate the fact of you giving your time for us. So could I start actually by just asking you to give us a brief overview of the organisations that you represent, please?
Who's going first?
You go, Bev.
You go, Bev. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Music Venue Trust is a UK-based charity created in 2014 to protect, secure and improve the grassroots music venues across the UK. So we work in England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. The charity was created to bring a collective voice for small independent venues and the vital work that they do developing talent, and to very much lobby on their behalf for recognition of them as being vital for the music industry, as research and development hubs, and for their cultural, social and economic importance to their local communities.
Thank you. And Maria?
Småland Live just recently started in November last year, and we are in the region Småland in Sweden, and we have been granted money now to make a survey because we want to know where are all the music venues in Småland, and we want to bring them together and help them, just like you, Bev, because you're 7 years ahead of me. We also we're a part of Svensk Live, who work for I lost the word. We're a part of Svensk Live who work for, men förlåt Emily, vad heter det? Live music. I'm sorry. Can we start over? Can you cut and then?
Yeah. No,
I just got.
That's cool.
We're a part of Svensk Live that work for the live music in Sweden. And we hope to build a strong organization here in Småland.
Excellent. Thank you. I just wanted, so everybody knew kind of what the two organisations were. And I spoke earlier to Lasse Johansson, ex-Kalmar FF professional footballer and also lecturer in entrepreneurship at Linnaeus University in Småland. And we talked about the analogy between the availability of pitches, be they for football or venues for hockey or paddle, and the availability of stages in grassroots music venues, as it seemed to relate directly to the need to see more grassroots venues and stages to be supported, as they are really the training pitches of the next generation of the creative industries. And Sweden has outstanding resources in music development, such as the provision of studio and rehearsal resources by the Studieförbundet. And this allows the development of artists and producers, but so often those artists are then hamstrung by the lack of available stages for them on which to take the next steps in their career development. So there's no place for them to try out the new skills they've been honing all week without these pitches to play on. So how can we create those opportunities for artists and the conditions for venues to prosper, both generally and to you, Maria, like more specifically in Kalmar Län?
Like I said before, the purpose of Småland Live is to find out where are all the venues here in Småland. And we started off this January with getting money from Region Jönköping, that is the local government in Jönköpings län. Småland is divided into 3 regions, which one is Kalmar, and we have Kronoberg, and we also have Jönköping. So Jönköping supported us with money so that we can find out all the music venues in Jönköping. And then We are also in contact with Kalmar region and Kronoberg region to do the same there. And when we have a list of all these venues, we can contact them and tell them to collaborate with us in Småland Live. We can also support them financially if they want to make a concert, or they can have a grant from us. I also think that we could be a link to show the artists that here are the stages you can play on. So a link between the event, the organizer and the artist. I hope so. But we have just started off, but you have to start somewhere.
Absolutely. And on that front as well, we know from personal experience with Talentcoach in Kalmar Län, we're constantly having to go out and search for where new stages might appear. And I think post-pandemic, given the attraction of Kalmar Län for holidays, those areas within Kalmar Län, and especially on Öland, there could be a lot of new stages that appear in that time. So having to have those registered so that we know how to be able to bring those opportunities together for the artists and the promoters as well. And Bev, on a more general note, what do you think though, how we can create those opportunities for artists and the conditions for the venues to prosper?
Well, I was just going to say that sounds like an amazing project, and I kind of wish we'd had the ability to do that, because it sounds really, really positive in the way that it is about making the most of those connections. I think the sort of slightly strange thing for us is we didn't go about it that way. We went about it in a way of desperately fighting to protect the venues that exist quite organically in the UK, because the UK's always had a fortunate history of a lot of music just happening through, I guess, sort of belligerence and stubbornness, which is a thing of people in the UK, like, there will be music, and so they just start a venue and then people come and play in it, and it all happened very, very organically. And what's really interesting is that because of that, there are a lot of people that think that will always be the case. And in fact, what we've seen over the last 20 years is a massive decrease in venues, because it's so difficult to make a grassroots venue that is tiny and is all about offering opportunities for artists to develop talent. And they might be artists that really don't have audiences yet, and so people are not going to buy a lot of tickets to come see them. It isn't a model that makes money. And so the challenge that we've had in the UK is these venues have existed but were gradually disappearing, and what we had to do is kind of protect them and ring fence them by explaining that really important role that you kind of already know in Sweden. You've already got all this music development stuff, and you know that the artists have to meet with the audiences. We've had to explain why that's important in the UK, because I think a lot of people just sort of assumed it happens, and they forget that artists need to get in front of an audience in order to learn how to interact with an audience. And as much time as you spend in a rehearsal space or in a recording studio, that does not make you a live artist. So I think it's been really, really interesting to try and explain and evidence that. And I mean, we've been really lucky in that we do have quite a lot of artist patrons who now talk about how vital venues have been to their career development. And they will talk very passionately about teeny tiny venues, some strange part of the UK where they played their first few gigs. And that's actually really helpful in explaining to other people not in the cultural industries who haven't thought about it, why the venues are needed and why they are the interface for development of the artists, reaching the audiences and building the careers.
Absolutely. And with LASA, we also spoke of the fact that the music and event management program at Linnaeus University attracts the future generations of the music industry. but it seemed that we were then seeing the subsequent loss of that creative talent to Stockholm, to Gothenburg and to Malmö, in order for the students to put the theory that they were taught into practical application. And despite the numerous internal programs provided by Linnaeus and within the course, such as Rookie Festival, which was in Hultsfred, it was as if the region had the best football academy in Sweden on a theoretical basis, but if the students wanted to kick a ball on grass and nurture their skills, they were forced to relocate due to the lack of venues in the region for them in which to create their own events and to essentially learn the practical skills of event management. So a relative lack of venues in a region means there's fewer opportunities for the development of the associated ecosystem around the venues, doesn't it? Like promoters, agents, managers, lighting engineers. Yeah, there's no development of a local music industry infrastructure, and that then impacts on the creators, the writers, the producers, the artists. And without the support for grassroots venues, these associated skills within the music and creative industries are increasingly lost as well, aren't they? Both from the region, but also from the industry generally, as this pandemic has proven.
I think it's such an important point, Mark, and it's one that we talk about a lot, because obviously in the UK, a lot of the music industry is very focused on London, but so much of it is focused on London or Manchester, Glasgow, you know, a few key cities, that you then get so much activity focused on those places. But we keep trying to explain to people that the end result of that is that only people that grow up in a major city will have the experience of seeing small scale cultural activity, and only they get to dream of being a musician or being somebody who works in culture. And this is why it's so important to sustain the venues in the small towns, in the villages, in the smaller cities, because in a big city, if you lose one venue, that's sad, but there are others. In smaller towns, if you lose one venue, you've lost the venue. And every music lover, every person who aspires to be involved in music has lost that opportunity to engage locally. And they get in their mind that they can only do that if they're prepared to travel or move. And that can't possibly be culturally healthy. It's got to be a case of, you know, opportunities for talent development, for creative development all over a country, so that everybody gets to aspire or connect.
Probably even more so now, with the acceleration of trends post-pandemic, and where you can create locally for a global market, probably more so than ever now we're recognizing that capability. And with that in mind, what role do you think government at all levels, local, regional, national, can play in the support and development of the venues, the infrastructure around grassroots venues, and the associated training to ensure talent attraction and talent retention in the regions outside of those traditional music capitals of which you just spoke, Bev? And especially given the new research that the live music body in the UK released recently about the passion and excitement that still exists around the potential for live music. So what do we think the role of government of all levels should be to help support the live venues?
Shall I go first? Because I know Maria's going to have things to say as well. Okay. For us, I mean, we deal with all the different layers of government, and for us, there's a huge amount still to be done out in the regions with the local authorities, with the more locally faced layers of government, to improve the understanding of the importance of these venues, to see them as cultural hubs, to see them as generators of local economic activity, but also to see them as socially important. So support can come in many forms. Obviously, it's lovely if government's got money to give, but it's not always about the money. Sometimes it's about the sort of the way they deal with the venues in a very practical basis. So certainly in the UK, it's the local authorities who will give them their licenses, who will deal with anything to do with environmental health, to do with the way that they operate, the hours they can be open, the age of their audiences, all of these things. So there's an awful lot that happens at a local level. And for us also, it's very, very important that all levels of government treat grassroots music venues in an equal way they would a theatre or an arts centre or a gallery. And so that they're saying, yes, we see that this is a cultural venue. Because the thing that annoys me more than anything in the job I do is when people say, well, it's a bar that also has music. To which my response is, well, certainly in the UK, I've never been in a theatre that doesn't also have a bar, but nobody says, oh, it's a bar that does plays.
True. Very true indeed. Maria, what's your take on it with a more Swedish perspective between the levels of government?
Well, I have written down almost the same points as you, Bev. So I suppose there's very many similarities between Sweden and Europe. My main experience is as an organizer for a small music festival, a grassroots venue in Eksjö in Småland. And without the support from the local government, we wouldn't make it. And it's not about the money. Just like you said, Bev, it's not about the financial support many times, but they can make it so much easier for us because there are lots of meetings, you have to have permits. And but if you on a local level can gather everyone around the same table and just solve practical issues together. We have a meeting with the police, with the politicians, officials, everyone sits at one table and you solve everything. And that makes it so easy because a small venue is hard work and often people do it out of passion for music. And like you said before, so many artists, they all started there. And it's so important that they remember that when they're in Globen in Sweden, in Stockholm and play that, oh, one time I played in Eksjö in Småland on a really small stage in front of 50 people. So if you have the support from the local government, then the small venues can grow. And also on a regional level, like where I'm now in Småland Live, I really hope we get the support from Kronoberg and Region Kalmar as well, so we can have so we can do everything we want with this new project. Of course, we need financial support to get started, but once you get the ball rolling, then it's easier. And then my last point is that on a national level, like the situation we have in Sweden right now, where everybody is waiting if we can do any events this summer, and we have a date in May that we wait for, if we can have an audience of 500 people or not. It's about survival for many venues this summer. For the small venues, it doesn't matter for the big ones. They can't do anything anyway. But for the small venues that we talk about today, maybe they can survive this summer if they can do for a crowd of 500 people. That's enough for them. So the government support is really important.
And presumably that's a role that Svensk Live are playing in ensuring that knowledge is passed through all tiers of government to ensure that that support.
Yeah, Svensk Live is working toward the Swedish government, and they're doing a great job this year. It's been a hard year for everyone, but they have played an important role and been in a lot of discussions with the government. So I hope they can see the live music's importance, not just like you said, Bev, not only theaters and opera and everything, but the small venues, that that people want to see and long for.
Absolutely. And related to that as well, there was a really good piece of research written by Daniel Johansson recently, the Swedish music miracle, regarding the findings that he had, that was it's increasingly micro businesses that will underpin the music and the creative industries. And the recognition that venues provide a hub and a space for emerging creatives to network, engage in peer learning and development. And essentially, as you said earlier, Bev, they can be the research and development departments of the music and creative industries. So is there a need for a collective voice to ensure specific support for those companies engaged in the business of culture on a regional, national and international level, to ensure that the role of music venues in this business of culture is acknowledged and that their economic impact's recognised? And to what extent does this network already exist that can be tapped into, on a regional, national and international level, to find this collective voice?
I would say that an acknowledgement that this is needed has really grown over the last few years, and there are lots of exciting developments, but it's at different stages in different places. So Music Venue Trust is 7 years old, and we've seen a real change in the perception of grassroots music venues in that 7 years. We've built a network of over 900 venues that are now part of our Music Venues Alliance. So we can provide proper data to governments or to other people about the situation these venues find themselves in, which was vital during the COVID crisis. But we're also part of Live DMA, which is a European network of similar representative bodies, a lot of whom represent live music more generally, like Svensk Live, that is also a member. And across Europe, these organizations are at very different stages. So for example, was only formed during COVID. So that's a new member, I think they're called Circuito. And, it's a growing movement in Europe. And equally, there's the kind of Music Venue Trust equivalent in the US, NIVA, that was formed about a year ago. But there are lots of links between research bodies or representative groups in North America, so Canada and the US. We're actually working at the moment on our first international Venues Day, which is going to be the first gathering of small venue, independent venue representative organizations. It's an online event, obviously, because we're planning it now. But there's a lot of real enthusiasm for pooling the knowledge and the good practice that these organizations at different stages are doing, because the thing we all keep coming back to is how vital these small venues are to the ecosystem of live music and of the industry generally. And they are important for creativity, but also obviously the economics and powers are in that. So there's kind of a bit of a mismatch between the role that music and culture have and the way it's talked about economically that still needs to be tackled, I think.
And Maria, you obviously the very nature that Small and Live is in existence is recognition of that collective voice as well.
Yeah, and as you said, we have Svensk Live that works on a national level and has done so for many years. And I think this year we have really proven how important it is that it exists. What we haven't spoken about is that it's not only Småland Live, we have Halland Live and we have Skåne Live. So there are many different regions in Sweden that these are popping up because they are needed. And this fall, when we discussed whether we should start Småland Live now during a pandemic or not, we said that we have to, because they will need us more than ever now after this. And well, as an organizer for a music festival, we often have to prove why we are needed and why it's important that we do this every year. And like you said about the economic impact, and you make a survey and you show that it's good for the restaurants, it's good for the hotels, it's good for business, for the shops, for everyone. And we all often speak about putting our hometown on the map of Sweden so that everyone knows about it. And that comes out of live music. So it's also good for marketing. So yeah, it's well, now I lost my key.
But I think you've just actually said something really important, which is that for the work we do, the venues are already doing really valuable work, but they don't know how to evidence it or talk about it in the way that demonstrates that to the policymakers, to the people who have the power to perhaps offer better conditions or funding. And that's where an organization, a representative or an umbrella organization really is valuable, because our job is to say, that thing you already do, you just need to talk about it in a slightly different way. And you need to gather some figures together about your audiences or about your turnover. And then we can use that to evidence that you're already doing something important. Because most people who run a music venue, as you said, they do it because they're passionate.
Yeah, absolutely.
They don't do it because they want to make money, because you can't make money running a small venue.
No.
And they don't do it because they want to fill in application forms or write to governments. They do it because it's about the music.
Yeah.
They need people like us to then frame it and explain why that thing they do is so valuable.
Yeah. And often when you speak with government politicians, everyone who has something to say, then they want figures. They want to see on a piece of paper or a computer, this is proof. Here you can see how important this is. So yeah, I totally agree with you, Bev. It's so important. And perhaps we have to teach all these grassroots venues. You do like this. And then, yeah, I agree with you.
I think another really interesting factor that I wasn't aware of prior to kind of like working in Sweden was the fact that you pay the first chunk of your income tax within the region as well, don't you? So like there's income tax revenue going directly to the region if you are resident in the region. Now, if that's not the most obvious example for a talent retention and talent attraction economic regional development policy, I've never heard of one before, because when you look at, had Bjorn Ulvaeus still been paying his taxes in Västervik, then Kalmar Län would not have been doing too badly. Yeah, so it's those arguments as well, which kind of show the importance of like what you're doing with Småland Live. To say there's an economic benefit to talent attraction and talent retention, but then there's also the cultural benefits of talent, of maintaining those venues as well. It's like, Scania trucks are based in Oskarshamn as well. Yeah, they're a huge attractant of a workforce, and that workforce wants the entertainment that live music venues bring, and the passion that comes with live music venues as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but perhaps this year when we had the pandemic and we haven't had any live music, we haven't had any concerts or anything, people are longing for it. Now here in Sweden, everyone is waiting for May 17th, because then the government will tell us if we can do something this summer, if we can have concerts. And I've been contacted by restaurant owners, by the local paper, by local politicians, and they say, will you do something this summer if you can have 500 people in the audience? Will you please? Because we need it. We need it on a local level. It's so important. So yeah, so maybe it will be easier for us, Bev, to prove the importance of live music after this year, because I think we will see economical proof that it's more needed than ever.
Yeah, I mean, Mark knows because we've talked about this. There's actually, the figures are already being produced in the UK to show that the demand is there. And we've actually got two sets of data that are very recently released. One is a survey by Live, which is the representative industry for the whole of live music. And the members of Live, which includes Music Venue Trust, got music fans across the country to answer a short survey. Over 25,000 people gave responses to it. So you know it's a really good data set. And from that, the demand to return to attending live gigs was absolutely overwhelming. I mean, if I just look at the stats here, basically 53% of fans are ready right now to return. And the earliest possible date that we have in the UK for the return of music is the 17th of May, but that's still with social distancing. If that goes well, they're talking about full return from the 21st of June. And there are further audiences that say, okay, I'll come back now. And then another 25% say with some mitigations. So some people are kind of okay with social distancing, but of course, most people just want to get back to being in a crowded, sweaty room with other music fans and feeling that joy, because 91% of the people who responded said that music brings them joy, live music brings them joy.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was a really interesting survey, because even 75% of respondents said they would be prepared to have some sort of certification of a test before attending an event or vaccination or whatever was required if it meant they could go back to live music.
Yeah.
And that is not the same as the impression that you're being given in the media generally about what people think about having to be tested to go to things. But this is what the live music audience is prepared to do if they can get back and see live music.
Yeah.
And if ever there was a moment to bring this conversation to a close, it is that. In fact, there is data, there is proof of the importance of live music venues, of the passion for live music venues generally, but also the economic benefits of live music venues as well. So on that note, and that positive note, which is great, and that's a perfect way to be able to end the conversation, ladies. Thank you. Thanks so much for taking part in this panel. We really do appreciate your time, your insight. Yeah. And I think we just share that passion that we can't wait to be back in venues. And yes, we can be having this conversation in real life passionately rather than through Zoom screens as well. So thank you so much for taking part in the panel with us. Yeah, it's been absolutely fascinating to listen to you and to talk to you and to hear your insights. And thanks so much. And I cannot wait to see you all in Kalmar Län, like in real life, sitting in a venue, standing in a venue, waiting for a band to come on and being able to have this conversation. So Bev Wittrick, Maria Stedal, thank you so much for taking part in the conversation today. And thank you to Lasse Johansson for taking part in the previous part of the conversation as well. So thank you very much, ladies. And I look forward to seeing you very soon.
Likewise. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to Live at Heart Southeast. I'm Miss Sister and I'm longing to meet you live. But we all know we can't do that right now, so I'm happy that I can sing for you through the screen. And wherever you are, I hope you're having a good time and that you are safe. I'm on my way, soon I will be in your arms again. I traveled so far, 'cause I wanna be where you are. No matter the distance, I'm only a call away. Call me when you need me, and I'll be there for you. Call me when you need me. Call me when you need me. I'll find my way to you. Call me when you need me. You call me in the morning, you call me late at night, anytime. Call me when you need me. I'm close to you, feels far away. Can't be changed for now, but it won't be too long. No, no, I know that someday we will be together. I'm only a call away. Call me when you need me, and I'll be there for you. Call me when you need me. Call me when you need me. I'll find my way to you. Call me when you need me. You call me in the morning, you call me late at night, anytime. No matter the distance, I'm only a call away. Call me when you need me, and I'll be there for you. Call me when you need me. Thank you. We are getting older, I'm not who I used to be. Took some time to figure out, but now I start to see. I was not meant to stay here. It's so hard to say, need to go away. I will carry you with me wherever. I will never, never forget you. never forget you. Never forget you. If you miss me, close your eyes and I'll be there. Look at the pictures of memories we share. I was not meant to stay here. It's so hard to say, need to go away. I will carry you with me wherever. I will never, never forget you. Never forget you. Never forget you. No, I will never forget you. Never forget you. Thank you. It's lovely to hear some applause. Oh, how I've been missing this so much, and I bet you have as well, right? Yeah, we're so happy to be here, and thank you, Wildhart Southeast, for inviting us, and Talentcoach for letting us play here and stand on stage. I've never felt so alive. Yeah, that was 2 songs that I had the honor to write and release with German producers. I've been working with producers all over Europe, and it's so nice that they want my top lines on their productions, and then we do some collabs. So if you are free after this, you can have like an after party to the studio versions if you go to Spotify, to my Sister account there, and listen to them. That was the acoustic versions of them. So Never Forget You, that I just sang, was a song. It means much for me. I miss the people here in Kalmar and Örebro, where I'm from, here in Småland, much now when I live in Stockholm. But I moved for myself, and I really want this, and I know they want me to do it as well. But it was hard to leave my grandparents, and so they've always been so close to me. So I hope they can find some happiness in this song. Yeah, to my first release as my sister, Little Monster. It's a difference between growing up as a Johnny or Jana in the world. I'm sad to say that, but that's true. So I wrote about it, and here it is. Johnny was a cool boy, thought he had it all. Did just what he felt, now the writing's on the wall. Grabbed you to the left, pinched you to the right, said boys will be boys and she will be alright. But now the writing's on the wall. What are we doing? What do we do? Why are we acting like we got news? So come on closer. Come on. Oh, you little monster, I got something to say. Oh, you little monster, gotta go away. 'Cause you're not welcome here anymore. Oh, you little monster, time to cry. Oh, you little monster, say bye. 'Cause you're not welcome here anymore. Jenna had a rough night, got it pretty bad. But I guess she had it coming, stop being so sad. She put on a top and showing way too much, like she really wanted to be touched. Wait, no, what are we doing? come on closer. Come on, yeah. Oh, you little monster, I got something to say. Oh, you little monster, gotta go away. 'Cause you're not welcome here anymore. Oh, you little monster, time to cry. Whoop. Oh, you little monster, say bye. 'Cause you're not welcome here anymore. It's written on the walls, can't you see it? There's something going on, can't you feel it? It's permanently written on the walls. This cat ain't taking any calls. It's written on the walls, can't you see it? There's something going on, can't you feel it? It's permanently written on the walls. This cat ain't taking any calls. Oh, you little monster, I got something to say. Oh, you little monster, gotta go away. 'Cause you're not welcome here anymore. No. Oh, you little monster, time to cry. Whoop. Oh, you little monster, say bye. 'Cause you're not welcome here anymore. I got something to say. Go away. 'Cause you're not welcome here. No. It's time to cry. I'm saying bye. 'Cause you're not welcome here anymore. Bye. Thanks. Yeah, it's time to say bye-bye to those little monsters, right? We can help each other. If you see something weird on the bus, in school, at work, you have to dare. You have to dare to tell them, what the hell are you doing? You can't do like that. And we can make this world a little bit better, right? We need it. Yeah, now we're gonna move forward, but before that, I want to introduce you to my amazing band. We have Andreas on guitar. Woo! Yay! We have Johan on bass. And we have Tobias on everything here. You play guitar, piano, and tracks and everything. Woo! Yeah. So happy that you wanted to be with me today. And yeah, it was a long time ago we were playing together, but hopefully not that long until next time. And now we're gonna play a song that me and Tobias have written together, and you have produced the last 2 songs. We have 2 more songs to you. So we're not gonna say bye-bye to you yet. But I always talk this much, but it's kind of fun, right? I want to say something about this song as well. I've been in some relationships, and sometimes it's you want to like talk to the person, but you can't do it because you try to, but you can't. And that frustration, I wrote this song about this frustration. Just be honest with me, okay? I wanna go anywhere you go. Yeah, I wanna feel anything you feel. And I wanna love you until my heart stops. Bomb, bomb, ba, boom, boom. Give me your secret beat. I keep it in this room. Yeah. Say it's okay if it's okay. I want you to be honest with me. If you got something on your mind, I want it on my mind too. So don't you say that it's okay if you lie to my face, oh baby. If you got something on your mind, I want it on my mind too. Nothing but the truth. Nah, nothing but the truth. Nah, nothing but the truth. So I can understand you. Nah, nothing but the truth. Nah, nothing but the truth. Nah, nothing but the truth. So I can understand you. You wanna see us forever. So speak out. It's now or never. If you wanna love me until your heart stops, bam, bam, ba, boom, boom. Give me your secret beat and I keep it in this room. Yeah, yeah. Say it's okay if it's okay. I want you to be honest with your mind, I want it on my mind too. So don't you say that it's okay if you lie to my face, oh baby. If you got something on your mind, I want it on my mind too. Nothing but the truth, nothing but the truth, nothing but the truth. So I can understand you, nothing but the truth, nothing but the truth, nothing but the truth. So I can understand you. I wanna make a beat with your drum, but bum 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 bum, bum 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 bum, like I am King Kong. Say it's okay, if it's okay, I want you to be honest with me. If you got something on your mind, I want it on my mind too. So don't you say that it's okay if you lie to my face, oh baby. If you got something on your mind, I want it on my mind too. Nothing but the truth, nothing but the truth, nothing but the truth. So I can understand you. Nothing but the truth, nothing but the truth, nothing but the truth. So I can understand you. So I can understand you. Woo. Thank you. An applause for Tobias production. It was fun to stand here with you. So maybe I will start the last song here. Even if it's a song about get off me, like don't be so close to me. Sometimes you don't want people close, and now you want people close, but you can't be close to. So I think I don't want to end this, but this is the last song. So go to my Instagram or Spotify or everything and follow me to see my upcoming releases. That was everything. Thanks, Live at Heart, Talentcoach, Tobias, Johan, Andreas, and everyone behind the cameras. Yeah. Gonna tell the guards they have to come and get you, 'cause you're acting like a fool. Staring, squeezing and trying to seize me, but I don't think you're so cool, no. Stop it right now, you don't have the chance. I just wanna dance. Gonna tell the guards they have to come and get you, 'cause you're acting like a fool. Take your hands on my waist, you are wasted. We're wasted, so wasted. Take your hands on my waist, you are wasted, fucking wasted. Hey you, get off me, I'm not afraid to roar. Get off me, I'm queen of the dance floor. You don't impress me, just leave me be, or wait and see, just leave me. Get off me, I'm not afraid to roar. Get off me, I'm queen of the dance floor. You don't impress me, just leave me be, or wait and see, just leave me. Keep telling me that I am missing something out if I don't go home with you. I'm sorry to say that I'm gonna be alright. Why the hell would I need to? The only one who's missing something out is you, because I please myself way better than you do. I do. Gonna tell the guards they have to come and get you, 'cause you're acting like a fool. Take your hands on my waist, you are wasted. We're wasted, so wasted. Take your hands on my waist, you are wasted, fucking wasted. Hey you, get off me, I'm not afraid to roar. Get off me, I'm queen of the dance floor. You don't impress me, just leave me be, or wait and see, just leave me. I just wanna end this conversation. Yeah, get off me, get off me. I just wanna end this conversation. Get off me, I wanna put my fist in your face, to the rhythm of the bass, yeah. Get off me, get off me, get off me, I'm not afraid to roar. Get off me, I'm queen of the dance. Thank you and bye-bye. I'm so glad that you joined our show.
Nu sitter vi i Hultsfred på musikhotellet. Nej, men vi tycker det är viktigt att på samma sätt som vi gör konserter och så, vi gör ju 120 konserter om året, vi har mellan 10-15 000 besökare på hotellet, så vi tycker att det är viktigt att landsbygden kan leva och ha ett vitalt kulturliv. 98% av Sveriges befolkning känner ju till Hultsfred och förknippar det med musik och festival. Och på det sättet så syns vi sticker ut. Vi måste ju vara Sveriges mest kända ort med 4 500 invånare. Utvecklat och förvaltat det varumärket som fanns och fått Svenskt Rockarkiv att flytta hit. Vi har utvecklat ett besöksmål som heter Hultsfred Walk där man kan gå och uppleva festivalen, och sen så använder vi ju hotellet till att göra konserter hela året.
Här i vårt arkiv så samlar vi på svensk populärmusik, och vi samlar på allt som har med populärmusiken att göra. Det är inte bara skivor, utan det kan vara merchandise, tidningar, filmer, instrument, scenkläder och annan kuriosa. Vi har funnits här i 18 år i Hultsfred och vi börjar närma oss 1 miljon objekt kring det här kulturarvet faktiskt.
Och sen har vi ju musikutbildning, Music and Event Management, med studenter ifrån hela Sverige och från övriga världen också som är och pluggar och sådär. Så musiklivet lever ju verkligen i Hultsfred. Man skulle kunna tro att det är dött, men det lever ju mer idag än vad det gjorde förut. Förut hade vi en stor grej en gång om året. Nu har vi ju grejer hela tiden.
Such a closed environment in our society. It's like go to work, get a bus, go home. Everybody's trapped in cars. All of a sudden, festivals are one of the few things where there's like thousands of people outside talking, getting stoned, getting drunk. You know, talking about life in general.
Hey, ho! Let's go! Hultsfred!
take two. Did I mess it up again with you? No clue what was said, where it began, it's true. So grab a tissue, let's sit and talk about the way we feel. Let's sit and talk about the love. Let's sit and talk about how it can't go on, oh. Ooh, ooh. Now who can we blame when we do the same? But I think you started, even if it's stupid. Now who can we blame? I knew you could twist an argument, me too. Fake news, when you said you could forget word feud. So grab a tissue, let's sit and talk about the way we feel. Let's sit and talk about the love. Let's sit and talk about oh. Ooh, ooh. Now who can we blame when we do the same? But I think even if it's stupid, now who can we blame? Really think you're so damn smart. Push my buttons, wait. Wanna take this subway, yeah, I wanna go. But I'm gonna win this one. Really think you're so damn smart. Push my buttons way too hard. Wanna take the subway, yeah, I wanna go. But I'm gonna win this one. Now who can we blame when we do the same? But I think you started, even if it's stupid. Now who can we blame? Really think you're so damn smart. Push my buttons way too hard. Wanna take the subway, yeah, I wanna go. But I'm gonna win this one.
So I'm JAYNIE, and this was my second single, Blame. And it's about being stubborn, as you heard. And it's a part of my EP called Defenses. So all of the songs I'm gonna perform are part of the EP and has a common theme. And the next song I'm gonna sing is my first single, and it's called Socially Awkward. And it's actually, I came up with the theme when I was in the shower, actually. And I was thinking to myself, wow, I'm so socially awkward. And then when I said it to myself, I was like, I wonder if that is the song. And maybe I should write one. And then I just started thinking to myself, so how do I feel? And I feel like sometimes I'm just too much, and sometimes I'm too little. And then I'm in the middle at the same time. And yeah, so that's how the song came. So yeah, let's go.
So here's the story of my life, if I am honest. When I feel nervous, I see stuff that's out of context. I try to save it, forget about it. I never seem to get it right, hands in my pocket. Struggle with delivery, they don't know I'm ironic. I try to save it, forget about it. And people say that it's not that confusing, but really I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm either too much or just too little, so I get stuck in some kind of middle. Do I need some type of medication? Yeah, doctor, I think I got a case of being socially awkward. Socially awkward. Do I need some type of medication? Yeah, doctor, I think I got a case of being socially awkward. I never found my way around, still the GPS on. So can I get some extra time? But where is all the time gone now? Try to save it, forget about it. And people say that it's not that confusing, but really I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
I'm either too much or just too little, so I get stuck in some kind of middle. Do I need some type of medication? Yeah, doctor, I think I got a case of being socially awkward. Socially awkward. Do I need some type of medication? Yeah, doctor, I think I got a case of being socially awkward. Don't know what the hell I'm doing, I'm just out here trying my best. Everything is so confusing, I'm just out here trying to guess. Don't know what the hell I'm doing, I'm just out here trying my best. Everything is so confusing, I'm just out here trying to guess. I'm either too much or just too little, so I get stuck in some kind of middle. Do I need some type of medication? Yeah, doctor, I think I got a case of being socially awkward. Socially awkward. Do I need some type of medication? Yeah, doctor, I think I got a case of being socially awkward.
Yes. So the next song I'm gonna sing is a little bit more dark, and yeah, we're bringing the tempo down a little bit. And it's a song that means a lot to me, and it's called Gone.
They think that I'm heartless, but I don't know how to react to this. I can't cry, no, not here. And the walls are getting too hard for me to hold. I just can't believe you're gone. Feel scared when it's quiet, yeah. Nothing can ever distract from it. I tried meditating, but I panic every time I'm there all alone. I just can't believe you're gone. So what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Am I gonna fall down on my knees, begging for an answer? Pretty please, pretty please. Got off at the wrong stop, yeah. Now I'm feeling kinda all messed up. That drink wasn't enough, so I bought another shot to burn down my throat. I just can't believe you're gone. So what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Am I gonna fall down on my knees, begging for an answer? Pretty please, pretty please. So what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Am I gonna fall down on my knees, begging for an answer? Pretty please, pretty please.
Okay, so my next song is called All That Glitter Isn't Gold, and it's about the society that we live in and how superficial it can be, but everything is not always what it seems. And yeah, that's why I wanted to write the song. So yes, let's go. Rich and famous, and the famous ain't rich. Everyone keep on chasing for it. See the places like it's MTV Cribs. Nothing changes, still it changes so quick. Everyone forgot how to be kids. See the faces like it's MTV Hills. Yeah, it's addictive. Seems like we're one and the same. Yeah, it's a sickness, and we are part of the game. Wanting what we never got, still we cannot get enough. But all that glitters isn't gold. Wanting what we never got, still we cannot get enough. But all that glitters isn't gold. They got status cause they follow the script, but it's happy when it's coming to it. See them fading with their lovable bills. Yeah, it's addictive. Seems like we're one and the same. Yeah, it's a sickness, and we are part of the game. Wanting what we never got, still we cannot get enough. But all that glitters isn't gold. Same. Yeah, it's a sickness, and we are part of the game. Wanting what we never got, still we cannot get enough. But all that glitters isn't gold. All that glitter isn't gold. All that glitter isn't gold.
Talentcoach is important for Kalmar Län because it will put a spotlight on Kalmar as an important place for young people, young creative people. And once you've nurtured these people, you want to keep them in the region.
Our view had always been that the music industry was Stockholm, and it was such an eye-opener to come to a region in the southeast of Sweden and find such a creative hotbed and a network of support and development in a region which I had previously been totally unaware of.
Mitt entreprenörskap skulle ju inte funnits på samma sätt alls om inte för Talentcoach. Det var tack vare de som pushade mig in att säga, nu ska du ha eget företag, börja tänka på ditt artistskap som ett företag. På det viset så har jag fått inspiration från Talentcoach att kunna hjälpa och pusha och coacha andra artister.
It's a great initiative to help young creative people reach out in the world with their music, to develop talent at an early stage, and give them the right direction. And I think that's needed for a lot of young creative people that don't have the business sense yet, but to find somebody that invest in you, take care of you and your talent.
Mitt management och mitt förlag har jag träffat genom Talentcoach. Och det blir ju liksom på riktigt att man får internationella arbetspartners genom det här projektet.
I think a really key element of Talentcoach is that it enables artists and empowers artists to create locally for a global market.
The reason why the industry should support the project is because the world is built around content makers today. If you have creative people, take care of them, make them happy, nurture them, and make sure they don't move.
och varmt välkomna till vår underbara kommun Oskarshamn.
Oskarshamn är och har länge varit en oerhört stark musikkommun. Här finns något för alla, oavsett ålder, i Sveriges största lilla musikkommun.
Ja, men musik, det är ju helt naturligt. Det handlar om att gräva där vi står. Vi har ju en historik och en bred kunskap om att både utbilda och forma entreprenörer inom musikbranschen. Därför känns det helt naturligt att gå in och stötta ett sådant här initiativ som Live at Heart Southeast.
Är man intresserad av musik så dras man ju till andra som är det och det blir liksom ett incitament till att flytta. Om man då bara är 15 år så om man har högt uppställda mål så söker man sig till någonstans där man kan hitta likasinnade. Jag gjorde det. Jag flyttade hit från Gotland och läste musiklinjen här och det var det bästa jag gjort.
Vi brukar betrakta oss som Sveriges största lilla musikkommun. Och därför passar ju det här utmärkt. Hela den här regionen är väldigt stark när det gäller musik. Och Oskarshamn är ju definitivt inget undantag. Så för oss var det självklart att vara del i en sån här stor branschorienterad festival.
Vad är det som Sensus erbjuder inom musikområdet?
Vi erbjuder ju alla åldersgrupper ett musikutövande och förkovra sin musik. Det kan vara allt ifrån spela i band eller DJ eller musikproduktion.
Kan du beskriva Oskarshamns musikliv med 3 ord?
Kvalitet, kreativitet och engagemang.
Ja, men vi har faktiskt väldigt lång erfarenhet av att bedriva musikstudier på högre nivå. Och vi tillhör dessutom den exklusiva skaran som redan 1989 blev utnämnda av staten att starta upp med ett musikgymnasium. Så det kan man väl säga att vi har lyckats väldigt bra med.
Kan inte ni berätta lite om musikskolan?
Vi har 4 olika inriktningar. Vi har musik, bild, dans och film. Och till hösten planerar vi också 2 nya inriktningar. Slöjd, skapande och även nycirkus med lite akrobatik, jonglering och balans.
Så varmt välkomna till Oskarshamn.
Sveriges största lilla musikkommun.
So you want to book some bands, but not just any band. Someone who will draw a crowd. You want to discover new talent on the rise, and you know what you're doing, but you like to know which artist is trending right now. How about complementing your booking experience with meaningful data about the artist? Don't waste your time trying to access all this data, which is often spread across different platforms. Sign up to Gigmit and choose from a database of over 100,000 bands and DJs. Filter based on genre, location, and fan data. Get all the insights on an artist, like social media and streaming data, as well as growth trends. See the full picture, including release information, tracks, videos, gigs, tech writer, and EPK, all in one place. Gigmit helps you find the right bands for your stage and to book them directly. And the best thing is, it's free. So spend less time booking and more time enjoying the show.
Vad är det för någonting du har här?
Det är en cello.
Den ser ju ganska obehaglig ut faktiskt.
These arrows never hit us. These dreams will never fit us. His arrows won't hit us. But I wish they could hit us now. Full of his love, full of his lust, full of his trust, yeah. Give us some holy wine. Give me a final sign. And I wish you could see me now. Wish you could read my mind, my mind, my mind, my mind, my mind. I wish we could find some time. Wish you could blow my mind. Do you think of me sometimes? Do you think about the good stuff? Do you think of me sometimes?
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are Wildhart, and today we went on a little road trip from Gothenburg to Oskarshamn, where we are today, and it's really nice to be here and play live at this festival. We just played a song that we released some weeks ago that is called His Arrows Won't Hit Us. And now we're going to continue with an old song called New Beginning.
Ain't it sweet though it hurts when the sun hits you real hard in the face? So empty but so fresh. You just carelessly wandering around. It's a new beginning. Let the wind blow right through your face. Dive into the water. Dive into the stream. And you sweep when the tears fall down. Get your feet back on the ground. And all the bittersweet feeling when the wind has changed. I fold your scribbled papers and let them blow away. And you sweep when the tears fall down. And get your feet back on the ground. And you sweep when the tears fall down. feet back on the ground. Ain't it sweet when the tears fall down? Get your feet back on the ground. Can't you see it's a new beginning? No. Can't you see it's a new beginning? Can't you see it's a new beginning?
Thank you.
It's so nice to get applauder.
Yeah, we have
applauses.
A very nice crew. Like they're acting as both crew and audience, and that's wonderful. We're gonna continue with a new song that's currently unreleased, but it's going to be released the 30th of, how do you say that? Yeah.
Very soon, in the end of April, the last of April.
Yeah.
It's called Better Baby.
Yeah, it's called Better Baby. And we have a very nice video also coming up for it. So here you go.
this out. If we put a little effort in it, baby, I know that I can fix this on my own. You gotta put some fire in this too. Let's at least give one last shot before we call it off, before we say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye, 'cause I know we can be better. I think we can work this out. If we put a little effort in it, baby, you know that I can fix this on my own. I don't wanna hurt you, I don't wanna harm you. Just need to be honest, need to talk it out. I don't wanna lie to you, don't want to pretend. I don't wanna fight, don't wanna cry. I don't wanna hurt you, I don't wanna harm you. I don't want to hurt you. Need to be honest, need to talk it out. Yeah. I don't wanna lie to you, don't want to pretend. Don't want to pretend. I don't wanna fight, don't wanna cry. I don't wanna hurt you, I don't wanna harm you. Need to be honest, need to talk it out. Yeah. I don't wanna lie to you, don't want to pretend. Don't want to pretend. Don't wanna fight, don't wanna cry. Baby, better, better. Baby, better, better. Baby, better, better.
Tack så mycket. Thank you. We're actually gonna play our last song now. Sorry for being a little bit rookie on the English. We weren't prepared for this sweaty English speech, but it was really nice to play for you. And our last song is called Love, and it's a cute little dance hall track. Did I say that?
Love, what's now? Can we get it on? Love, where's she? She's not better than me. Love, oh love, love. Can we get it on? Take me back in. I'll be better. I'll be better. Take me back in. I'll be wiser. I'll be wiser. Take me back in. I will love you. I will love you. Take me back in. Take me back, take me back, take me back. I guess we're done. But I can't stop dreaming about you all day long. Can't eat, can't sleep, can't think straight. I wanna hold you, I want you to unfold me, even though it hurts. Take me back in, I'll be better, I'll be better. Take me back in, I'll be wiser, I'll be wiser. Take me back in, I will love you, I will love you. Take me back in, take me back, take me back, take me back. Tack så mycket.
Jaha Pelle, nu står vi ju äntligen här i vad som ska bli Kalmars nya ishall. Här framme så inom en snar framtid tänker vi att det eventuellt kan stå en scen. Vi ser musikevenemang framför oss. Vi tror att det här kan bli en väldigt attraktiv arena för regionen. Det här är en arena som vi har saknat i många år. En flexibel inomhusarena där vi kan ta emot evenemang även under det som idag är vår lågsäsong. Så det här betyder ju väldigt mycket för Kalmars och regionens utveckling. Jaha Pelle, om vi får drömma lite grann framåt här då, vad tänker du? Vilka evenemang skulle du vilja se i Kalmar?
Men att fylla Fredriksdans med 26 000 besökare, det hade ju varit en dröm och i en snar framtid. Men med 3 enkla ord, hur skulle du sammanfatta Kalmar som evenemangsstad?
Enkelhet. Det ska vara enkelt att arrangera i Kalmar och vi har en organisation här sedan länge tillbaka med en tydlighet i vem som gör vad från stadens sida när vi möter olika arrangörer för att guida dem på så bra och enkelt sätt som möjligt för att de ska kunna skapa sina evenemang i vår stad. Den andra aspekten tror jag handlar om samarbete och det är samarbete mellan kommunen, näringslivet, mellan näringsliv, kommun och föreningsliv. Och att vi har byggt upp ett väldigt fint nätverk även nationellt och internationellt som vi drar nytta av. Och vi har lärt oss väldigt mycket av de stora evenemangen som vi har haft här. Vi har fått ett gott självförtroende och räds inte att ta på oss nya utmaningar.
Try to catch, but I was blood into snow. I've been trying to reach it. I've been trying to fall low, but I don't know. I'm trying so hard to be something that I can be. Into you on New Year's Eve at the party, and you try to seem fine. You ask me how's it going with the songs about every lover that I ever write. Thinking you thought that I'm trying to reach untouchable dream. And we never be the one I want to be. I'll never be a rock star, I'll never be a hero. Oh, we never achieve out the window. I'll never be a rock star, I'll never be a hero. Wish you a happy new year and a good life too. And now I see everything's so clear that you chose a better path than me, and I regret that. I regret that. I wanna be. I'll never be a rock star, I'll never be a hero. Thanks. I used to remember these afternoons when you sat there by my side. You saw through my earth and my emptiness, and you told me to listen. What have you done to me? You said, what have you done? I wanna get over you sometimes. Once you get forward, never forgetting what we had that night, when you were holding both my hands and you said, you should know, it's just like a funeral, to say goodbye again. For one last time, you were holding my hands and looked into my eyes, and we started to kiss. For one last time, all my light turned to darkness, all my gold turned to sorrow. All I knew was the light. All I need is right in front of me. Like a funeral, to say goodbye again. For one last time, you were holding my hands and looked into my eyes, and we started to kiss. For one last time, all my life turns in darkness, all my gold turned to sorrow. All I knew was the light. All I need is right in front of me. Now I know you can try not picking it up, you can try not to make it feel worse, act just as if you were sure. Now I know that no matter how hard you try, you have the faith that you made up your mind. Act like you were ready to choose, try to make her ready to lose. Tack så mycket. Grant me the serenity of being insane. I think that's might be what I am. All my words feeding me with pain. Keeping me awake with the darkness all night. And somehow it makes me feel so small. I don't know what they're thinking of me. I don't know, but I still think they see how pathetic, how sad I am, how everything goes so bad. Every time I open my mouth, all the time I see through their eyes. But I try until I bleed. Yes, I try until I bleed. Yes, I try until I bleed. Yes, I try until I bleed. Grant me the serenity of being insane. Cause I think that's mine, be what I am. This is the part where I should have the solution. The part where I decide what to do. And somehow it makes me feel so small. I don't know what they're thinking of me. I don't know, but I still think they see how pathetic, how sad I am. Everything goes so bad. Every time I open my mouth, all the time I see through their eyes. But I try until I bleed. Yes, 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 I try until I bleed. found myself dreaming out of work. Fiction is my only hope. Wish I would have known, should have closed that door. I find my words if I need to talk, but it's easier to walk quiet in my thoughts. But I don't wanna let them know that I feel like a UFO. But you and I are from the same planet, you and I. You and I are both the foes. But I know that the sun is rising over us, and I just wanna be with you. Just to think of all the possible endings, all your reasons to go. Matter you say it's not in me, but then you just had to be alone. And I probably went safe and trouble, but you try the best that I can, and you probably won't save me from sorrow. But it's easier when you're around, 'cause you and I are from the same planet, you and I. You and I are both the foes. But I know that the sun is rising over us, and I just wanna be with you. No one's gonna save me from trouble, but it's easier when you're around.
So you want to book some bands? Sign up to Gigmit and choose from a database of over 100,000 bands and DJs. Get all the insights on an artist, like social media and streaming data, as well as growth trends. See the full picture, including release information, tracks, videos, gigs, tech writer, and EPK, all in one place. Gigmit helps you find the right bands for your stage and to book them directly. So spend less time booking and more time enjoying the show.
It's
and you. Purple collides with the stars and the lights and you bruise. It's in my head just like they said. Chaos and fire when love expires and you again. Just blow me and run, 'cause I swear I will break your heart. I'm just like pollution. I'm not a soldier but battle songs will scar. So blow me and run, baby, leave me, I'll give you scars. 'Cause I'm messed up, a loser. I'm not a soldier but battle songs will scar. So blow me and run. Yeah. So blow me and run. Just blow me and run, 'cause I swear I will break your heart. I'm just like pollution. I'm not a soldier but battle songs will scar. So blow me and run, baby, leave me, I'll give you scars. 'Cause I'm messed up, a loser. I'm not a soldier but battle songs will scar. So blow me and run. So blow me and
Hej och varmt välkomna till vår underbara kommun Oskarshamn.
Oskarshamn är och har länge varit en oerhört stark musikkommun. Här finns något för alla, oavsett ålder, i Sveriges största lilla musikkommun.
Ja, men musik, det är ju helt naturligt. Det handlar om att gräva där vi står. Vi har ju en historik och en bred kunskap om att både utbilda och forma entreprenörer inom musikbranschen. Därför känns det helt naturligt att gå in och stötta ett sådant här initiativ som Live at Heart Southeast.
Är man intresserad av musik så dras man ju till andra som är det och det blir liksom ett incitament till att flytta. Om man då bara är 15 år så om man har högt uppställda mål så söker man sig till någonstans där man kan hitta likasinnade. Jag gjorde det. Jag flyttade hit från Gotland och läste musiklinjen här och det var det bästa jag gjort.
Vi brukar betrakta oss som Sveriges största lilla musikkommun. Och därför passar ju det här utmärkt. Hela den här regionen är väldigt stark när det gäller musik. Och Oskarshamn är ju definitivt inget undantag. Så för oss var det självklart att vara del i en sån här stor branschorienterad festival.
Vad är det som Sensus erbjuder inom musikområdet?
Vi erbjuder ju alla åldersgrupper ett musikutövande och förkovra sin musik. Det kan vara allt ifrån spela i band eller DJ eller musikproduktion.
Kan du beskriva Oskarshamns musikliv med 3 ord?
Kvalitet, kreativitet och engagemang.
Ja, men vi har faktiskt väldigt lång erfarenhet av att bedriva musikstudier på högre nivå. Och vi tillhör dessutom den exklusiva skaran som redan 1989 blev utnämnda av staten att starta upp med ett musikgymnasium. Så det kan man väl säga att vi har lyckats väldigt bra med.
Kan inte ni berätta lite om musikskolan?
Vi har 4 olika inriktningar. Vi har ju musik, bild, dans och film. Och till hösten planerar vi också 2 nya inriktningar. Slöjd, skapande och även nycirkus med lite akrobatik, jonglering och balans.
Så varmt välkomna till Oskarshamn.
Sveriges största lilla musikkommun.
Jaha Pelle, nu står vi ju äntligen här i vad som ska bli Kalmars nya ishall. Här framme så inom en snar framtid tänker vi att det eventuellt kan stå en scen. Vi ser musikevenemang framför oss. Vi tror att det här kan bli en väldigt attraktiv arena för regionen. Det här är en arena som vi har saknat i många år. En flexibel inomhusarena där vi kan ta emot evenemang även under det som idag är vår lågsäsong. Så det här betyder ju väldigt mycket för Kalmars och regionens utveckling. Jaha Pelle, om vi får drömma lite grann framåt här och vad tänker du? Vilka evenemang skulle du vilja se i Kalmar?
Men att fylla Fredriksdans med 26 000 besökare, det hade ju varit en dröm och i en snar framtid. Men med 3 enkla ord, hur skulle du sammanfatta Kalmar som evenemangsstad?
Enkelhet. Det ska vara enkelt att arrangera i Kalmar och vi har en organisation här sedan länge tillbaka med en tydlighet i vem som gör vad från stadens sida när vi möter olika arrangörer för att guida dem på så bra och enkelt sätt som möjligt för att de ska kunna skapa sina evenemang i vår stad. Den andra aspekten tror jag handlar om samarbete och det är samarbete mellan kommunen, näringslivet, mellan näringsliv, kommun och föreningsliv. Och att vi har byggt upp ett väldigt fint nätverk även nationellt och internationellt som vi drar nytta av. Och vi har lärt oss väldigt mycket av de stora evenemangen som vi har haft här. Vi har fått ett gott självförtroende och räds inte att ta på oss nya utmaningar.
Nu sitter vi i Hultsfred på musikhotellet. Nej, men vi tycker det är viktigt att på samma sätt som vi gör konserter och så, vi gör ju 120 konserter om året, vi har mellan 10-15 000 besökare på hotellet, så vi tycker att det är viktigt att landsbygden kan leva och ha ett vitalt kulturliv. 98% av Sveriges befolkning känner ju till Hultsfred och förknippar det med musik och festival. Och på det sättet så syns vi ju, vi sticker ut. Vi måste ju vara Sveriges mest kända ort med 4 500 invånare. Utvecklat och förvaltat det varumärket som fanns och fått Svenskt Rockarkiv att flytta hit. Vi har utvecklat ett besöksmål som heter Hultsfred Walk där man kan gå och uppleva festivalen, och sen så använder vi ju hotellet till att göra konserter hela året.
Här i vårt arkiv så samlar vi på svensk populärmusik och vi samlar på allt som har med populärmusiken att göra. Det är inte bara skivor utan det kan vara merchandise, tidningar, filmer, instrument, scenkläder, annan kuriosa. Vi har funnits här i 18 år i Hultsfred och vi börjar närma oss 1 miljon objekt kring det här kulturarvet faktiskt.
Och sen har vi ju musikutbildning, Music and Event Management med studenter ifrån hela Sverige och från övriga världen också som är och pluggar och sådär, så musiklivet lever ju verkligen i Hultsfred. Man skulle kunna tro att det är dött, men det lever ju mer idag än vad det gjorde förut. Förut hade vi en stor grej en gång om året. Nu har vi ju grejer hela tiden.
such a closed environment now, society. It's like go to work, get a bus, go home, everybody's trapped in cars. All of a sudden, festivals are one of the few things where there's like thousands of people outside talking, getting stoned, getting drunk, you know, talking about life in general.
Hey, ho! Let's go! Hultsfred!
sign on the door. We both know it's cold out, and you should stay a little more. The night has faded softly. There's no one coming in. We can sit here quietly. If you want me, I'm listening. If it feels like endless rain, the dark sky is back again. Take your time, go easy. Take your time, go easy. Go easy on yourself. I know that look on your feet. I've seen those lines before. Blaming yourself for the way of the world, and it does no good kicking yourself on the floor. If it feels like endless rain, the dark sky is back again. Take your time, go easy. Take your time, go easy. Go easy. Go easy on yourself, 'cause you need a light, all in the head. Rather feel something than nothing instead. Any old answer, any old reason, just dying for some truth. Go easy. Go easy on yourself. Go easy on yourself. Go easy on yourself.
Talentcoach is important for Kalmar Län because it will put a spotlight on Kalmar as an important place for young people, young creative people. And once you've nurtured these people, you want to keep them in the region.
Our view had always been that the music industry was Stockholm, and it was such an eye-opener to come to a region in the southeast of Sweden and find such a creative hotbed and a network of support and development in a region which I had previously been totally unaware of.
Mitt entreprenörskap skulle inte funnits på samma sätt alls om inte för Talentcoach. Det var tack vare de som pushade mig in att så här, nu ska du ha eget företag, börja tänka på ditt artistskap som ett företag. På det viset så har jag fått inspiration från Talentcoach att kunna hjälpa och pusha och coacha andra artister.
It's a great initiative to help young creative people reach out in the world with their music, to develop talent at an early stage and give them the right direction. And I think that's needed for a lot of young creative people that don't have the business sense yet, but to find somebody that invests in you, take care of you and your talent.
Mitt management och mitt förlag har jag träffat genom Talentcoach. Och det blir ju liksom på riktigt att man får internationella arbetspartners genom det här projektet.
I think a really key element of Talentcoach is that it enables artists and empowers artists to create locally for a global market.
The reason why the industry should support the project is because the world is built around content makers today. If you have creative people, take care of them, make them happy, nurture them, and make sure they don't move.
välkomna till vår underbara kommun Oskarshamn.
Oskarshamn är och har länge varit en oerhört stark musikkommun. Här finns något för alla, oavsett ålder, i Sveriges största lilla musikkommun.
Ja, men musik, det är ju helt naturligt. Det handlar om att gräva där vi står. Vi har ju en historik och en bred kunskap om att både utbilda och forma entreprenörer inom musikbranschen. Därför känns det helt naturligt att gå in och stötta ett sådant här initiativ som Live at Heart Southeast.
Är man intresserad av musik så dras man ju till andra som är det och det blir liksom ett incitament till att flytta. Om man då bara är 15 år så om man har högt uppställda mål så söker man sig till någonstans där man kan hitta likasinnade. Jag gjorde det. Jag flyttade hit från Gotland och läste musiklinjen här och det var det bästa jag gjort.
Vi brukar betrakta oss som Sveriges största lilla musikkommun. Och därför passar ju det här utmärkt. Hela den här regionen är väldigt stark när det gäller musik. Och Oskarshamn är ju definitivt inget undantag. Så för oss var det självklart att vara del i en sån här stor branschorienterad festival.
Vad är det som Sensus erbjuder inom musikområdet?
Vi erbjuder ju alla åldersgrupper ett musikutövande och förkovra sin musik. Det kan vara allt ifrån spela i band eller DJ eller musikproduktion.
Kan du beskriva Oskarshamns musikliv med 3 ord?
Kvalitet, kreativitet och engagemang.
Ja, men vi har faktiskt väldigt lång erfarenhet av att bedriva musikstudier på högre nivå. Och vi tillhör dessutom den exklusiva skaran som redan 1989 blev utnämnda av staten att starta upp med ett musikgymnasium. Så det kan man väl säga att vi har lyckats väldigt bra med.
Kan inte ni berätta lite om musikskolan?
Vi har 4 olika inriktningar. Vi har musik, bild, dans och film. Och till hösten planerar vi också 2 nya inriktningar. Slöjd, skapande och även nycirkus med lite akrobatik, jonglering och balans.
Så varmt välkomna till Oskarshamn.
Sveriges största lilla musikkommun.
Nu sitter vi i Hultsfred på musikhotellet. Nej, men vi tycker det är viktigt att på samma sätt som vi gör konserter och så, vi gör ju 120 konserter om året, vi har mellan 10-15 000 besökare på hotellet, så vi tycker att det är viktigt att landsbygden kan leva och ha ett vitalt kulturliv. 98% av Sveriges befolkning känner ju till Hultsfred och förknippar det med musik och festival. Och på det sättet så syns vi ju, vi sticker ut. Vi måste ju vara Sveriges mest kända ort med 4 500 invånare. Utvecklat och förvaltat det varumärket som fanns och fått Svenskt Rockarkiv att flytta hit. Vi har utvecklat ett besöksmål som heter Hultsfred Walk där man kan gå och uppleva festivalen, och sen så använder vi ju hotellet till att göra konserter hela året.
Här i vårt arkiv så samlar vi på svensk populärmusik och vi samlar på allt som har med populärmusiken att göra. Det är inte bara skivor utan det kan vara merchandise, tidningar, filmer, instrument, scenkläder och annan kuriosa. Vi har funnits här i 18 år i Hultsfred och vi börjar närma oss 1 miljon objekt kring det här kulturarvet faktiskt.
Och sen har vi ju musikutbildning, Music and Event Management med studenter ifrån hela Sverige och från övriga världen också som är och pluggar och sådär. Så musiklivet lever ju verkligen i Hultsfred. Man skulle kunna tro att det är dött, men det lever ju mer idag än vad det gjorde förut. Förut hade vi en stor grej en gång om året. Nu har vi ju grejer hela tiden.
Such a closed environment now, society. It's like go to work, get a bus, go home. Everybody's trapped in cars. All of a sudden, festivals are one of the few things where there's like thousands of people outside talking, getting stoned, getting drunk. You know, talking about life in general.
Hey, ho! Let's go! Hultsfred!
Vad är det för någonting du har här?
Det är en cello.
Den ser ju ganska obehaglig ut faktiskt.
Yes, let's go. We don't need no clothes on, so why do we have clothes on? Oh, we know what's about to happen, so we take our clothes off, then we get a move on to first base. Kiss it slowly. Second base, let your hands explore me. Touch third base, God, those lips are holy. Girls, 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 girls. Got it on my mind. I'm all about the girls, only want some fun. No, girls, 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 always on the run. Girls, 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 girls. Come out of your safe zone and come inside our safe zone. Whoa. Everybody wants to get some, so come out of your safe zone, then we get a move on to first base. Kissing slowly. Second base, let your hands explore me. Touch third base, God, those lips are holy. Girls, 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 girls. Got it on my mind. I'm all about the girls, only want some fun. No, girls, 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 always on the run. Girls, 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 girls. How can I make you fall in love? Yeah. How can I make you fall in love? Yeah. How can I make you fall in love?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, Girls, Girls, Girls is actually my latest single. And there's also a very, very funny music video out that you can go watch on my YouTube channel right after this. So, yeah. This next song is called Dark Doom. Let's go. You're so pretty but sad. I've heard it my whole life. Oh, what a waste. Oh, what a waste. I'm so tired of what people have to say. I'm bored. I walk this way. I walk this way. You're so cute but psycho. It's not what I like, it's what I trust in my gut. Yeah. Don't look good in a halo. It's just what I brought from the past. It's my trash. Yeah. Dark doom, baby, waste my tears. I'm so lonely, meet my fears. Yeah. Take a bite of my mind, but that you're hungry. Stay a while, play me nice, come get to know me. I'm a nightmare that feels good, sad and cute, misunderstood. Yeah. Take a bite of my mind, but that you're hungry. Stay a while, play me nice. I'm only nice when I'm bad. The best you had, it's not a waste. No, 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 it's not a waste. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I trade my friends for karma, and you might say it's cruel, but I don't care. No, 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 I don't care. Yeah, yeah. You're so cute, but psycho. It's not what I trust in my gut. Yeah, yeah. I look good in a halo. It's just what I brought from the past. It's my trash. Yeah, dark doom, baby, waste my tears. I'm so lonely, meet my fears. Take a bite of my mind, but that you're hungry. Stay a while, baby, come get to know me. I'm a nightmare that feels good, sad and cute, understood. Yeah. Stay a while. I don't need to apologize. Die many times just to come alive. I slay. I slay. I don't need to apologize. No, die many times just to come alive. I slay. I slay. Dark doom, baby, waste my tears. I'm so lonely, meet my feet. Yeah, take a bite of my mind, but that you're hungry. Stay a while, play me now, come get to know me. I'm a night, sad and curious, understood. Yeah. On my mind, but that you're hungry. Stay a while, play me nice, come get to know me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We breathe, take 3 deep breaths. Okay. How you guys doing? Hey! Great to be here in south. What do you say? South of Sweden? South? Kind of. Sort of. Okay. Yeah. I'm ready to get sober. She tried to gaslight me, made me believe she was my remedy, but she dug holes in me, drained me on energy. I thought it'd be the end, the waves were rushing, but finally I see you sink if I swim. I poured a bath with your sad little tears. I could have cried, but I faced all my fears. Call on the almighty powers above. There's no salvation for sinister hearts. Woke up, now I'm sober. Give up, it's all over. Better say your prayers, although no one cares. Woke up, now I'm sober. Give up, it's all over. Better say your prayers, although no one cares. Woke up. up prayers. No one cares. Woke up, give up prayers. No one cares. So grateful for my friends who really made me understand that I deal with the crazy ex and I should move on to the next. I thought it'd be the end, the waves were rushing in, but finally I see you sink if I swim. Head in the clouds, but your soul underground. Save me the preaching, but who's better now? Call on the almighty powers above. There's no salvation for sinister hearts. No, woke up, now I'm sober. Give up, it's all over. Better say your prayers, although no one cares. Woke up, now I'm sober. Give up, it's all over. Better say your prayers, although no one cares. Come on, woke up. Give up prayers. No one cares. Woke up. Give up prayers. No one cares. You build me up just to break me down slowly. And it would happen without me even noticing. I swore I'd never fall for it, but I did over and over. But like I said, woke up, now I'm sober. Now I'm sober. Give up, it's all over. Better say your prayers, although no one cares. Woke up, now I'm sober. Give up, it's all over. Better say your prayers, although no one cares. Give up prayers. No one cares. Woke up. Give up prayers. No one cares. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So we've already reached our last song, unfortunately. It's been hella fun so far. One more to go. And this one is called Rich. And I participated in Melfest in Melodifestivalen in February with this song. And that was some kind of experience. Intense roller coaster, emotional roller coaster, but very, very fun. So let's play this one for you. Let's go. Sway with me, let's move so free. Wanna be a royal? Let me show you what's royal. Feel the heat. We're an empire out in the sea, but we're bigger than the ocean, much greater than the ocean. Head into our dreamland. We've been through the quicksand. Can you see the treasure around the bend? We could be rich like that. We could be rich like that. They can take our money, they can have it all, yeah, yeah. 'Cause we're rich like that, rich like that. We could be rich like that. They can take our money, but never steal our heart, no, no. 'Cause we're rich like that. In your eyes, there's something that diamonds can't buy. No, baby, you're royal. Let me show you what's royal. Hold me tight through the stormy night. We're bigger than the ocean, yeah, much greater than the ocean. Head into our dreamland. We've been through the quicksand. Can you see the treasure around the bend? We could be rich like that. We hard they try us. They can take our money, but never steal our heart. No, no, 'cause we're rich like that. Rich like that. We could be rich like that. They can take our money, they can have it. Yeah, yeah, 'cause we're rich like that. Rich like that. We could be rich like that. They can take our money, but never steal our heart. No, no, 'cause we're rich like that. We will always beat the riots, even how hard they try us. They can take our money, but never steal our heart. No, no, 'cause we're rich like that. Woo! Nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for having us. This is my beautiful friend, Richard. He's awesome. Good job, mate.
Talentcoach is important for Kalmar Län because it will put a spotlight on Kalmar as an important place for young people, young creative people. And once you've nurtured these people, you want to keep them in the region.
Our view had always been that the music industry was Stockholm, and it was such an eye-opener to come to a region in the southeast of Sweden and find such a creative hotbed and a network of support and development in a region which I had previously been totally unaware of.
Mitt entreprenörskap skulle ju inte funnits på samma sätt alls om inte för Talentcoach. Det var tack vare de som pushade mig in att så här, nu ska du ha eget företag, börja tänka på ditt artistskap som ett företag. På det viset så har jag fått inspiration från Talentcoach att kunna hjälpa och pusha och coacha andra artister.
It's a great initiative to help young creative people reach out in the world with their music, to develop talent at an early stage and give them the right direction. And I think that's needed for a lot of young creative people that don't have the business sense yet, but to find somebody that invests in you, take care of you and your talent.
Mitt management och mitt förlag har jag träffat genom Talentcoach. Och det blir ju liksom på riktigt att man får internationella arbetspartners genom det här projektet.
I think a really key element of Talentcoach is that it enables artists and empowers artists to create locally for a global market.
The reason why the industry should support the project is because the world is built around content makers today. If you have creative people, take care of them, make them happy, nurture them, and make sure they don't move.
Gliding upon the breeze, the loneliest days were these inside of me. Now I see we've come so far. We rise above everything, and I won't give up the fight. And Now I see we've come so far. We rise above everything. And I won't give up the fight, and you won't give up the fight. So open up your eyes and live right now, right now, now. Now I see we've come so far. We rise above everything. And I won't give up the fight, and you won't give up the fight. So open up your eyes and live right now, right now, now. And live right now, right now, live right now.
Hej och varmt välkomna till vår underbara kommun Oskarshamn.
Oskarshamn är och har länge varit en oerhört stark musikkommun. Här finns något för alla, oavsett ålder, i Sveriges största lilla musikkommun.
Ja, men musik, det är ju helt naturligt. Det handlar om att gräva där vi står. Vi har ju en historik och en bred kunskap om att både utbilda och forma entreprenörer inom musikbranschen. Därför känns det helt naturligt att gå in och stötta ett sådant här initiativ som Live at Heart South East.
Är man intresserad av musik så dras man ju till andra som är det, och det blir liksom ett incitament till att flytta. Om man då bara är 15 år så om man har högt uppställda mål så söker man sig till någonstans där man kan hitta likasinnade. Jag gjorde det. Jag flyttade hit från Gotland och läste musiklinjen här, och det var det bästa jag gjort.
Vi brukar betrakta oss som Sveriges största lilla musikkommun. Och därför passar ju det här utmärkt. Hela den här regionen är väldigt stark när det gäller musik, och Oskarshamn är ju definitivt inget undantag. Så för oss var det självklart att vara del i en sån här stor branschorienterad festival.
Vad är det som Sensus erbjuder inom musikområdet?
Vi erbjuder ju alla åldersgrupper ett musikutövande och förkovra sin musik. Det kan vara allt ifrån spela i band eller DJ eller musikproduktion.
Kan du beskriva Oskarshamns musikliv med 3 ord?
Kvalitet, kreativitet och engagemang.
Ja, men vi har faktiskt väldigt lång erfarenhet av att bedriva musikstudier på högre nivå. Och vi tillhör dessutom den exklusiva skaran som redan 1989 blev utnämnda av staten att starta upp med ett musikgymnasium. Så det kan man väl säga att vi har lyckats väldigt bra med.
Kan inte ni berätta lite om musikskolan?
Vi har 4 olika inriktningar. Vi har ju musik, bild, dans och film. Och till hösten planerar vi också 2 nya inriktningar. Slöjd, skapande och även nycirkus med lite akrobatik, jonglering och balans.
Så varmt välkomna till Oskarshamn.
Sveriges största lilla musikkommun.
So you want to book some bands, but not just any band. Someone who will draw a crowd. You want to discover new talent on the rise, and you know what you're doing, but you like to know which artist is trending right now. How about complementing your booking experience with meaningful data about the artist? Don't waste your time trying to access all this data, which is often spread across different platforms. Sign up to Gigmit and choose from a database of over 100,000 bands and DJs. Filter based on genre, location, and fan data. Get all the insights on an artist, like social media and streaming data, as well as growth trends. See the full picture, including release information, tracks, videos, gigs, tech writer, and EPK, all in one place. Gigmit helps you find the right bands for your stage and to book them directly. And the best thing is, it's free. So spend less time booking and more time enjoying the show.
In doubt, about how we're going to proceed. I've been begging of you, please. You feeling like it, in doubt, about how to make you understand. You are killing you within. Don't know if it is your plan right there, but if it is, you're killing it. If you gonna make a change, you better make a change this way. So sick of your own thoughts. He feels the same. He feels the same. Don't fear no more, baby. 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 There's love, 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 there's love. So far, we are. Don't know who you want to be. Don't know if you want to see. Don't know how you want to make it feel. Do you want to make things real? If you gonna make a change, you better make a change this way. Now you say it hurts. You need to see what your problems are. Don't fear no more, baby. 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 There's love, 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 baby. There's love, there's love. I feel when you're gone now, baby. I feel when you're gone. Feel when you're gone now, baby. I feel when you're gone. Feel when you're gone now, baby. I feel when you're gone. Feel when you're gone now, baby. I feel when you're gone. Don't fear no more, baby. 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 There's love, 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 there's Thank you so much. My name is Shadi G, and it's so amazing to be here. I am a producer and songwriter and artist, and the song that I just sang for you is called This Love. And it's from my EP No Fear. And next up, I'm going to sing a song called Wrong Kind. wants a word just a while away, but I don't know yet these days. If you want me to be here, need to change your ways. 'Cause when my heart is set, I can't keep it from leaving. Holding on to you, always can't see it. I'm holding on to whatever it is you completed. I'm holding on to whatever you say you think is right. Holding on to whatever you say, think it's the only way to hold on to me. If you want me to see, then hold me high. If you want me to need you facing my way. If you want me to feel you, then you've been loving a long, long time. Just seems the wrong kind, the wrong kind. Yeah, you've been loving a long, long time. It's just wrong kind. You can lose yourself, you can lose yourself, but be minded. Can't guarantee you won't be losing me too while you're at it. Think you can be, you can be, you can be, and I'll follow you. How long in the same way? I show you on your freeway. Yeah. Ain't enough being almost right. Ain't enough of my love, you're my love. See, I show you right. Oh, if you want me to need you facing my way. If you want me to need you, say it right, show you right. I show you right, show you right, I show you right.
Next up, I am going to sing a song called Disconnection. And wow, yeah, this one is a really important one for me because when I wrote this song, it really helped me to put words on a situation that was very abstract for me. And it was when I felt like I was in a relationship where, you know, when you're in a situation where both people feel like you only appreciate the other one when that person is actually not there, when it's not around, and when that person is not available to you. So, yeah, this one just really flowed through me when I sat down to write it, and I hope it might help you too. This is Disconnection.
You lifted up the way, that's so bad to see. When you don't join yourself, when you don't raise me, be careful everything so we don't turn on you. Now everything's fed up and needs to carry you. One of the strongest things I have ever seen. You feel you're going on, but no one seems to see. Honestly, by now I thought you'd be there with me, but you don't let go of things so easily. Want me to go leave? Just tell me to stay. If you come more close, I will walk away. Want me to go leave? Just tell me to stay. Finally I come close, then you back away. We got disconnection. We don't even know how to show you.
Next up, I'm going to perform a song that is actually my second ever single. And just recently, my sister actually told me that it's her go-to song when she wants to like go with those powerful steps when she's like walking through town. And you know, when you just walk and you know exactly where you're heading and nothing can get in your way. And I hope it'll get you in that vibe too. all be here together now and dance together, but I am sure we will soon. Next song is actually my last song for this session. And it's actually a song that is not yet released. And it's going to be on my upcoming debut album that is going to be released in just a few weeks. So this is a little sneak peek, and it's called That Kind. Thank you so much.
So you want to book some bands? Sign up to GigMit and choose from a database of over 100,000 bands and DJs. Get all the insights on an artist, like social media and streaming data, as well as growth trends. See the full picture, including release information, tracks, videos, gigs, tech writer, and EPK, all in one place. GigMit helps you find the right bands for your stage and to book them directly. So spend less time booking and more time enjoying the show.
It's an
and you. Purple collides with the stars and the lights and you bruise. It's in my head just like they said. Chaos and fire when love expires and you again. Just blow me and run, 'cause I swear I will break your heart. I'm just like pollution. I'm not a soldier but battle songs will scar. So blow me and run, baby, leave me, I'll give you scars. 'Cause I'm messed up, a loser. I'm not a soldier but battle songs will scar. So blow me and run. Yeah. So blow me and run. Just blow me and run, 'cause I swear I will break your heart. I'm just like pollution. I'm not a soldier but battle songs will scar. So blow me and run, baby, leave me, I'll give you scars. 'Cause I'm messed up, a loser. I'm not a soldier but battle songs will scar. So blow me and run. So blow me and
Hej och varmt välkomna till vår underbara kommun Oskarshamn.
Oskarshamn är och har länge varit en oerhört stark musikkommun. Här finns något för alla, oavsett ålder, i Sveriges största lilla musikkommun.
Ja, men musik, det är ju helt naturligt. Det handlar om att gräva där vi står. Vi har ju en historik och en bred kunskap om att både utbilda och forma entreprenörer inom musikbranschen. Därför känns det helt naturligt att gå in och stötta ett sådant här initiativ som Live at Heart Southeast.
Är man intresserad av musik så dras man ju till andra som är det och det blir liksom ett incitament till att flytta. Om man då bara är 15 år så om man har högt uppställda mål så söker man sig till någonstans där man kan hitta likasinnade. Jag gjorde det. Jag flyttade hit från Gotland och läste musiklinjen här och det var det bästa jag gjort.
Vi brukar betrakta oss som Sveriges största lilla musikkommun. Och därför passar ju det här utmärkt. Hela den här regionen är väldigt stark när det gäller musik. Och Oskarshamn är ju definitivt inget undantag. Så för oss var det självklart att vara del i en sån här stor branschorienterad festival.
Vad är det som Sensus erbjuder inom musikområdet?
Vi erbjuder ju alla åldersgrupper ett musikutövande och förkovra sin musik. Det kan vara allt ifrån spela i band eller DJ eller musikproduktion.
Kan du beskriva Oskarshamns musikliv med 3 ord?
Kvalitet, kreativitet och engagemang.
Ja, men vi har faktiskt väldigt lång erfarenhet av att bedriva musikstudier på högre nivå. Och vi tillhör dessutom den exklusiva skaran som redan 1989 blev utnämnda av staten att starta upp med ett musikgymnasium. Så det kan man väl säga att vi har lyckats väldigt bra med.
Kan inte ni berätta lite om musikskolan?
Vi har 4 olika inriktningar. Vi har ju musik, bild, dans och film. Och till hösten planerar vi också 2 nya inriktningar. Slöjd, skapande och även nycirkus med lite akrobatik, jonglering och balans.
Så varmt välkomna till Oskarshamn.
Sveriges största lilla musikkommun.
And I want to scream to you, force flow into your every move, not knowing force will break me too. Pieces I will have to use. Now let me step into my own skin. Thriving pleasure comes from within. No words, no touch, no kingdom needed here. Howling as a tribe pulling near. And in the darkness of my shelter, will I tremble in front of my Creator? Let me bite my tongue, swallow grief. Let us fill up this queendom, please. There's really not a point to prove. Spells within us breaking loose. I pray I only speak the truth when I say I really want you to. And in the darkness of my shelter, will I tremble in front of my Creator? Let me bite my tongue, swallow grief. Let us fill up this queendom, please. Darkness of my shelter, will I tremble in front of my Creator? Let me bite my tongue, swallow grief. Let us fill up this queendom. And in the darkness of my shelter, will I tremble in front of my Creator?
Just a white wall in a room with no door and a window, no lights. You're sitting next to me, but you won't listen for what I scream. Just celebrating silence. With no shoes on hot floors and no movement, you float. I'm sitting next to you, waiting to break the mood. We're celebrating silence, but you won't listen. You won't listen for what I dream. Why won't you listen? Oh, won't you listen? Dancing in a white robe with no shoes on hot floors and no movement, you float. I'm sitting next to you, waiting to break the mood. We're celebrating silence, oh, but you won't listen for what I scream. You won't listen. You won't listen. Turn down this violence. If you just listen, oh, won't you listen? Every day we stand up and run a race. Every day we stand up and run. Every day we stand up and run a race. Every day we stand up and run. Every day we stand up and run a race. Every day we stand up and run. Every day we stand up and run a race. Every day we stand up and run. Repeat, eat, sleep, love, repeat, eat, sleep, love, repeat, eat, sleep, love. Every day we stand up and share, trying to share. Every day we stand up but take. Every day we stand up and share, trying to share. Every day we stand up but take. Every day we stand up and share, trying to share. Every day we stand up but take. Every day we stand up and share, trying to share. Every day we stand up but take. Every day we stand up and love, trying to love. Every day we stand up but fail. Every day we stand up and love, trying to love. Every day we stand up but fail. Every day we stand up and love, trying to love. Every day we stand up but fail. I would expect to win experience. Back at the moment I'm wrecked and bad. A temporary undertow caught my glow. Now I'll take the flow and get it back. Take it step by step. I would expect to take a break, reconnect, waking back. I got a text you back. We used to have a plan, find a way, but I can trace the steps to resurrect. Find stories on the sidewalk, sleep all day and wonder where the time goes. Find stories on the sidewalk, sleep all day and wonder where my time goes. There's a touch in the middle, Mr. Keys through the riddle, and a second turning wheel to my bike. I'm a clown on the outside, a frown from within. I'd rather snap and take a minute to relax. At the moment I'm blind and deaf. I wouldn't have it any other way. Every day I see you red and painted black. I'd rather panic than reflect. Trigger trap by trap, mess up every step, stumble backwards. This is how I dance now. Mess up every step, tumble backwards. This is how I dance now. Cut me off, make me float down, let me out. I get no sleep inside you now. I get no sleep inside you now. I get no. There's a touch in the middle, Mr. Keys to the riddle, and a second turn a wheel to my bike. I would expect to win experience. Back at the moment I'm wrecked and bad. A temporary undertow caught my glow. Now I'll take the flow and get it back. Take it step by step. I would expect. Find stories on the sidewalk, sleep all day and wonder where the time goes. Find stories on the sidewalk, sleep all day and wonder where my time goes. Cut me off, make me float down, let me out. I get no sleep inside you now. I get no sleep inside you now. I get no. Mr. Touch in the middle, Mr. Keys to the riddle, and a second turn the wheel to my bike. I'm a clown on the
Hello, I'm Our Man in the Field. I'm going to play some thongs. First of all, a lacy French number. Hi there, I'm Our Man in the Field. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm going to play you a few songs. This first one's called Easy Going Smile.
I feel a tingling in my toes. Why a tingle? God only knows. And the air is so thin I can't breathe. But it's you more than I need. What am I? What am I? What am I? What am I? If I can't lean on you, what the hell am I gonna do?
I'm going to play another song now. This one's called Stick Around. Want my honest feelings settle down. You
got a head full of worries, constant frown. And I could help you out if you stick around. Crooked life you lead, it's bringing you down. You don't know me anymore. I don't know what I come here for. Maybe I wasn't concentrating, or I just lost my way. Maybe I was blind for a while. Now I'm okay. Was not so long ago we were standing here. You had that fire in your belly, and I had only fears. Now we're back in that exact same place. I can see that look hanging on your face. You don't know me anymore. So I don't know what I'm standing here for. I'm just waiting for a sign, some kind of ending line. To letting go. Ooh. Let it go. All right, I'm going to play another song. This one's called Come Back to Me, and it's a new one that I wrote during the first lockdown actually. And it's about all the people having to go back to their hometowns. Lots of young people were in their first jobs or at university or away from home, and for the first time in a while maybe had to move back in with their parents or back to where they're originally from. So this is about that. Born where the heavens meet the land, walk along hand in hand, willing to Folks only give you what you've given unto them. You were always bound to leave. I could tell from the tapping of your feet and the unsettled nature of your restless sleep. We were just a fears you were never meant to steal. You were never mine to keep. So if it feels a little more like it now, if there's nothing in the back of your mind pulling you to the ocean and the open road, come back to me. Job in a local primary, good work and a decent salary, 30 hours on regular and 30 more for free. You said more foolery. You said your hand runs fast in mine. It's a goddamn resource at the starting line. Big time or small, anywhere at all, anywhere but here. So if it feels a little more like it now, if there's nothing in the back of your mind pulling you to the ocean or the open road, come back to me. Riding on a long distance train, looking out, staring at the sunrise as she welcomes you somewhere new. Feels a little more like it now. There's nothing in the back of your mind pulling you to the ocean and the open road. Come back to me. Come back. Sign on the door. We both know it's cold out, and you should stay a little more. The night has faded softly. There's no one coming in. Quietly, if you want me, I'm listening. If it feels like endless week, the dark sky is back again. Take your time, go easy. Take your time.
Hello, I'm our man in the field. I'm going to play some thongs. First of all, a lacy French number.